All right, we're on the air. What's up, everybody? Tell Automatic Slim, tell Razor Toting Jim, tell Butcher Knife Toting Nanny, tell Fast Talking Fanny, are we gonna pitch a ball down at the Union Hall? We gonna romp and trump till midnight, we gonna fuss and fight till daylight, we gonna pitch a wang dang doodle all night long, all night long, all night long, all night long. Tell Kudu Crawling Red, tell Abyssinian Ned, tell old Pistol Pete, everybody's gonna meet. Tonight we'll need no rest, we're really gonna throw a mess. We're gonna break out on the window, we're gonna kick out on the door. We're gonna pitch a wang dang doodle all night long, all night long, all night long, all night long. Tell Fats and Washboard Sam that everybody's gonna jam. Tell Shaky and Boxcar Joe we got sawdust on the floor. Tell Peg and Aunt Caroline die, oh, we gonna have a time. And where the fishing fill the air, there'll be snuff juice everywhere. We gonna pitch a wang dang doodle all night long, 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 all night long. We gonna pitch a wang dang doodle all night long, all night long, all night long, all night long. What's up, ladies and gentlemen? Tell me how the sound is. Like, my mic was a little weak earlier when I was testing it out. I don't know why, but might be a lower volume than last time y'all heard me on here. All right, anyway, everybody, let's see who's in the house here. Get a little bit of background music going on. Frank Morgendorfer says, good morning, Mr. Phillips. Let the good times roll. What's up, man? Cosmic Sunbeams have bong hit. Smoke them if you got them. Let's see. Maxwell's World says, hey, knew I couldn't miss this. Wouldn't miss it for the world. Yak Fishing says, sup, Ed? What's up, man? We got Julian Santaguida. He says, oh, yes, live stream time. Good to be here. Good to have you, man. Roy Explorer says, hello from Katie and Roy in San Francisco. What's up, y'all? Bears Den says, what up, Ed and everyone? I'm ready for a great stream. Maxwell's World says, finally some familiar faces. Ron Markwick says, good day from down under, or good day, rather. What's up, man? Hello from South Kakalaki. Roy says, sound is good. Okay, that's good. Kitten says, Buddy Guy's 89th birthday. I did not know that. Damn. Should have learned a couple of his tunes. Marzak says, I'm still learning new songs. Never stop. Well, that's a good thing. I never stopped learning shit either. Steve-O says, howdy, y'all. Brian McGuire says, what's up, Ed? Time for the blues. What's up, man? Mark Fixes says, woohoo, only missed 2 minutes this time. Sounds good, though. I only have you going through one speaker, testing a 6550 valve amp. So that would be a PV amp, right? Dave says, howdy, what's up? Maxwell's World says, 1 day from 90. Talk about old Buddy Guy there. 1 year from 90. Magnetic Connection says, howdy Edward, working out in the pump house, your double background music today. Oh, cool. Sebastian says, hey brother, I made it in. What's up tonight? Did you watch Ozzy's funeral this morning? It was live streamed. I saw the procession like down the road. You know, they had him in like a really fancy hearse, like, you know, they carried the Queen in, and they had like a horn band behind them, you know, doing like Black Sabbath songs and shit. It was kind of tacky, like the horn band, like, you know. But did they show like inside the funeral service and stuff? I didn't see that part. Yeah, my fucking childhood died last week, man. Damn, Hulk Hogan, man. I saw Hulk like beat the shit out of Bad News Brown when I was a kid. Like live in Augusta. He was born in Augusta, by the way. Thomas Meadow sends me $6.66 in a super chat. He says, cheers to Ed and cheers to Ozzy and the Osborne fam. Would love to hear a Sabbath tune sometime. Might play one in a little bit. Thank you very much for that super chat, man. Super chats are the life of the show. Y'all feel like showing me a little love, you know, just throw a tip in the super chat bucket. I'll smoke this. I might play you some Black Sabbath for sending me that super chat there. I do Paranoid. That's the one I know all the lyrics to. Kit says he's dropping a new album this week. Well, buddy guy, really? Damn. Julian says, can I get some Ozzy Osbourne tunes in this joint? Yeah, I'll do a couple a little bit. Tristan Graff says, hi Ed and all. I'm going to turn my air conditioner on for a minute. Brian McGuire says, listen to his new release today. It's as good as usual. Guest artist abound. Frank Morgendorfer says, Mick Jagger's birthday yesterday, I think. Shit, he's probably in his early 80s. Maxwell's World says, R.I.P. Ozzy Osbourne. Thomas Meadow says, The Wizard. I know like bits and pieces of that. Kitten says, ain't done with the blues, buddy guy. Julian Santaguida says, I would like to hear some Black Sabbath. Give me some Paranoid. All right. Sebastian Halfpenny says, I didn't know that Leslie West had introduced Ozzy to heavier stuff in 1971. The style did change after Masters of Reality. Yeah, I didn't know that either. I don't know where the hell they got some of their influences. like except you know, maybe hearing like some heavier psychedelic bands like Cream and shit like that. And of course Ozzy was like a huge Beatles guy. Julian says that he's 82. I can't believe he's still touring with the Stones, talking about that old Mick Jagger. Man, they did that fucking 10-bell salute for Hogan on the WWE like the other night. I like to fucking fell out, man. I did. that got me, man. Damn it. I was a Hulkamaniac when I was a kid. Marzak says, I Am Ozzy, one of the few books I ever read. Funny stuff. Jeffrey Albertson says, good evening, Ed. At Party People, sounds like the Battle of Kennesaw Mountain outside here. Sherman and Johnston going at it, all thunder and rain. Probably headed this way. I believe it is, this forecast. Giving me some Civil War history there. Sebastian says, Ozzy passed not long after the discovery of Bobby Liebling and Pentagram. They had formed in America right around the same time as Sabbath, but they were more underground. You have to look them up. Kitten says, Mick's 82nd birthday is Saturday. Dennis Troy says, 36 watching 16 thumbs up. Yeah, y'all hit them thumbs up, y'all. Julian Santaguida says, a while back I did a scratch of Ozzy. I don't think I'm planning on going Hulk Hogan, and I also did Connie Francis. Yak Fishing says, I'm 2 minutes away from Kennesaw Mountain. I believe we're talking about the like the Atlanta area, the general Atlanta area. Jeffrey says, Rip Holt never forgot the entrance song. I'm a real American. I saw him live one time. Yeah. Dennis Troy says, Ed can barely hear you. Yeah, we got a lower volume this time for some reason. My software is like doing that to me. Or are you saying the background music is too loud or what? Sebastian says, Pentagram song, Forever My Queen, and the Relentless album carried many elements from the early Black Sabbath stuff. I have to look that up. Marzak says, Hulk Hogan played guitar. Yeah, he was a bass player. It was a band called Ruckus. Yak Fishing says, was 5 feet away from a blue Confederate soldier ghost. Jeffrey Albertson says, Kennesaw and Marietta are like 2 peas in a Cobb County pod. I also remember that too, like Hogan beating up the big boss man from Cobb County, Georgia. Says, yeah, background loud. Okay, yeah. Figured it was. Let's do a Sabbath tune for let me see, let me cut this air off. Do a Sabbath tune for Mr. Thomas Metal. I got the PRS tonight. Kind of a metal guitar, actually. Think I'll lose my mind if I don't find something to like goodbye, not too late. Okay, got a guitar on the floor here. It just fell off. Maybe I could try turning this mic up a little bit. I don't know. Like, it didn't seem to work earlier. Hope that don't make it distort. All right. Sebastian says, what were your thoughts on the Dio years with Sabbath? I watched a live rendition of him with them doing War Pigs in 1980 when he joined. It was pretty good, but very different without Ozzy. I kind of prefer, like, hearing Dio do Dio stuff. Like, I wasn't really into, like, Heaven and Hell and all that stuff, honestly. I'm more of, like, an early Black Sabbath guy, like the first 4 or 5 albums. Dennis Troy says, rock on Ozzy. Maxwell's World says, rock on in Hev Ozzy or Hill. Julian says, I didn't watch Ozzy's funeral today. Very disappointed and depressed that Ozzy died. If you saw the movies, The Dirt and Little Nicky and the new Ghostbusters, Ozzy Osbourne was in those films. Julian says, rock on Edward, rip Ozzy Osbourne. Appreciate that. Barzak says, they needed one more song for an album and recorded that song, Paranoid, in half an hour. Yeah, that was the big hit on the record. Yeah, the record was named after it. Sebastian says, sounded great, brother. Appreciate that. Dave says, yeah, your mic level's a little low in the mix. So Daniel Terrebonne says, is that gin in the background? Yeah, that's gin. That's London Beefeater gin. Might do a shot here in a second. I guess y'all turn y'all's phones up or your computers up or whatever you're watching on. My software's being kind of stupid today, and it's only giving me like a certain volume level. I couldn't figure it out before I got the show started. Daniel Terrebonne says, is that gin in the background? Oh, yeah, I just read that. Yeah, Steve-O says, sounds good on my end. All right, cool. Sebastian says, I agree. I like the Rainbow album with him and Blackmore, and the Black Sabbath thing seemed out of place. Yeah, that was a good record. Yeah, that Richie Blackmore's Rainbow. That was back in the 70s. My old man used to go see them. I got a couple of Dio records down here in my little record stack. Julian Santaguida says, you might need to get your microphone fixed or get a new one for your live streams. Yeah, it's a piece of shit. That's all the way up. How does that sound? Is that distorted? I can take the limiter off. Let me see. Let me mess with it a little bit. Hope I don't fuck the stream up. Hang on one second. Damn it. Wonder if that works. Check. Hello. Check. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. What's up? Check. How about that? That's a little louder. All right. Yeah, once I took the limiter off. Okay. We want to put a little noise suppression on here. What does that sound like, y'all? Andrew says, I saw on YouTube people out and above the street in Birmingham with a procession, but of course it's just a loop video. Dave 3 says, you sound better now, but now the background music is a little low. Yeah, that's what I figured. Let me turn that up a little bit. Sebastian says, Stargazer was almost like a direct response to Led Zeppelin's Kashmir, very similar drum sequence. I think I can kind of see that. Tristan Graff says, I saw Richie Blackmore's Rainbow in Vienna in 1976. We were high and the band rocked. That's what us musicians count on y'all being is high. You know, so we sound good to y'all. Right. Maxwell's World says, can you play some ragtime blues? All right, play some in just a second. Dennis Troy says, better, perfect. Maxwell's World says, just right. All right, cool. Julian says, I don't have any Black Sabbath albums or any Ozzy Osbourne albums. I just like to get some if my playing increases. I can hear you loud and clear, Mr. Phillips. Cool, cool. Nickel Montrol says, all good. Tristan says, more cowbell, Ed. Wish I owned one. Andrew says, oh, hi, Roy. Roy in San Francisco stream in this chat. Marzak says, sounds good. Dennis Troy says, perfect in your background, too. Okay, good, good. We got it worked out now. I got the sound worked out. Maori says, howdy, Ed. What's up? Okay, let's do a little bit of ragtime blues. Let's see. Get my background music turned off here. Well, knocked my guitar out of tune when it fell. Thing tuned. That's close. All right, here's some ragtime blues material. This is from South Carolina. This was done by Pink Anderson, the Pink in Pink Floyd. If I can get this thing tuned. Down the big crap game where the certain was against my will. Had every goddamn nickel I had but a greenback dollar bill. Was a $40 bet laying on the floor. My buddy's point was 9. When the police came, he called on us, and I got mine. I got mine, let me tell you, I got mine. I grabbed that money and out the back door I went flying. Ever since that big crap game, I've been living on chicken and wine. I'm a leader in high society, folks. I got mine. I went down to a turkey feast. That dinner was certainly fine. 15 minutes before the table was set, all them jitterbugs fell in line. When they brought them gobblers in, old Jody's eyes did shine. Talk about a rascal grabbing. I got mine, I got mine, let me tell you, I got mine. I grabbed that turkey by the wing and out the window I went flying. Tried to make it to a hiding place, but I didn't get there in time. Hungry rascal grabbed me by the coat, and I got mine. I know a barber shop is over in town, over on North 4th Street. Only place on a Saturday night we gamblers care to meet. Some comes in for a haircut, others come in for a scrap. When you see my buddies up there, we mean to shoot some craps. Hollering 7 and 11, won't you come, come, come. If you don't set my 11 dice, I'm done, done, done. See the police before he sees me, I'm gonna run, run, run. I'm a leader in high society, folks. I got mine. Yes, I got mine. Let me tell you, I got mine. Got it from these good sports that we've been playing all the time. Some of them boys got 18 months and some of them boys got 9. When they brought them stripes in the next morning, I got mine. I went to my gal's house night. I was just about 9. Wasn't dressed like a Henry Ford, but I was feeling just as fine. Caught her sitting in a rascal's lap, and I didn't like that sign. Told that Jody what I thought about him, and I got mine. I got mine, and let me tell you, I got mine. Grabbed my hat and out the back door, I went blind. Jody grabbed a shotgun and she used it mighty fine. Talking about a rascal running men, I got mine. It's a Piedmont style blues there. So, Pink Anderson lived in Spartanburg, South Carolina, and another blues guy, another Piedmont blues guy who ran with him from North Carolina was named Floyd Council. And Sid Barrett was reading the back of a Piedmont blues record one day, and he saw the names Pink Anderson and Floyd Council, and that's where the name Pink Floyd comes from. Where's my background music? Mallory says, howdy, Ed. A prop says, work as we do. Tristan Graff says, Blackmore 1976. That's why I don't gig under the influence, so I can influence. Maxwell's World says, did Frank Stokes do that one? Yeah, I believe, yeah, from Memphis. Yeah, he wrote it, I believe. Mozon says, greetings from the Netherlands, y'all. Hope y'all feel fine. I'm doing pretty good, except my, childhood fucking dying last week. Like with Hulk Hogan and Ozzy Osbourne. Mozon says, how you doing, Ed? Good to see the pimp head again. I'm doing all right. Tristan says, very nice, Ed. That I got mine. I appreciate that. Dave says, I had a great uncle from Spartanburg who played trumpet in a circus band when he was a teen. Later, he opened a music store and did well. Oh, that's pretty cool. Yeah, Pink Anderson used to play at like medicine shows and stuff. Oh, a little bit of news I want to show y'all on YouTube here. Some news you might have overlooked, if I can find it real quick. Let me see here. I want to show y'all this. You get the video started. So, earlier today, my bass player told me somebody shot a water tower with Johnny Cash on it, and they shot the silhouette of Johnny Cash that was painted on the water tower. I'm like, well, that sucks. That's awful. Like, why the fuck would you shoot Johnny Cash? But as soon as I saw the footage, it went from awful to funny as shit. Check this out. He played this. It's from like some local news thing. This is in Arkansas where he was born.
That's not rain.
Somebody shot our water tower, shot the silhouette of Johnny Cash in a very sensitive area.
Standing proud, holding a guitar, and emptying this 50,000-gallon water tank all over Kingsland.
It's been leaking for the last almost week.
Mayor Luke Neal has had to deal with the man in black letting loose since last Tuesday, when a vandal decided Cash needed some relief.
It was a long shot. I have killed deer, but not that far away.
But although the stream prompts a giggle, the leak is aiming to rain on the town's parade.
Now, this situation may seem humorous, but it's actually no laughing matter.
This
water tower is losing close to 30,000 gallons every single day, just from this one leak.
A lot of water wasted, and a direct impact on residents.
People can look for their water to be discolored.
Neal says the tower is losing somewhere around $200 in water per day. That plus a near 5,000.
Anyway. It's what I wanted to show y'all. You know, I don't condone acts of vandalism, but sometimes it can be funny if it's done like in a clever, kind of cool way, you know. And I think Johnny Cash like would have approved of that, or at least thought it was funny as hell too. Maury says, love all the history you include in your jam. I appreciate that. And Prop says, great background music. Yeah, that's my record there. You can check that out down below in the Bandcamp link. This album right here, If the Creek Don't Rise, that's my electric album. I played all the instruments on it, drums, bass, guitar. I got my old album out on CD now. You can also buy these on digital download. This is my country blues album, mostly acoustic stuff. Thomas Meadow says he's letting loose. Yeah, talking about the pissing Johnny Cash water tower. Prop says, it's an advertisement for water bottles without caps. Julian says, my stepmom has a co-worker in the closet at the front door. She used to get Rosie in the house. Mozon says, hi, nice aim. Yeah, that guy made a pretty good shot. Mark says, funny but stupid. Ron says, hey guys, what's up, man? How you doing? Maury says, back to second furlough over, but you make my Wednesdays better, and Johnny Cash said piss on it. right. Let's see. Steve-O says, can you do John Henry, Ed? Yeah, I can do that for you. Smoke this and I'll whip it out. YouTuber says, RIP to Hulk Hogan. Yeah, brother. That kind of broke me up when he died, like especially when they did that 10 bell salute on wrestling like last week. Saw him live. Mozon says thumbs up. YouTuber says Hulkamania will live forever. Yeah, 2 childhood heroes died last week. Hulk Hogan, fucking Ozzy Osbourne. I was a Hulkamaniac when I was a kid. Dennis Troy says, good shot, high water. Tristan says, my mother was married to a musician named Pinky Prince, Pinky Robinson. Worked with Louis Armstrong, I guess, or Willie Bryant, Blanche Calloway, Roy Eldridge, and Teddy Wilson accompanying Billie Holiday. Oh, that's pretty damn cool, damn. A jazzy guy. YouTuber says, what you gonna do, Edward brother? What you gonna do with the billions of Hulkamaniacs run wild on you? He says, rip to Ozzy Osbourne. YouTuber says, we're all heaven one by one, Edwards. YouTuber says, heaven awaits. YouTuber says, I not Master of Reality for $2 of this guy today. Yeah, I had Master of Reality when I was a kid. That was one of the first albums I owned. Let's go ahead and do a shot. Haven't done one yet. What do we got here? All right. We got the London Beefeater Gin right here. And we got some Jameson's Irish whiskey. Y'all tell me, Irish or gin? One of these two right here. And while y'all vote on that, I'll play John Henry. Dude, that's out of tune. Of votes for Irish. It's probably going to be Irish. John Henry was a little baby boy. You could fit him in the palm of your hand. His Papa cried out, "This a lonesome farewell. Gonna be a steel driving man, Lord, Lord. Gonna be a steel driving man." John Henry went up the mountain and he looked down the other side. The mountain was so tall, John Henry was so small. Laid down his hammer and he cried, "Lord, Lord." Laid down his hammer and he cried. John Henry walked through the tunnel, had his captain by his side. The last words that John Henry spoke rang me, "Cool drink of water before I die, Lord, Lord. Cool drink of water before I die." John Henry told his captain, "I wanna go to bed. Well, fix me a pad that I wanna lie down. I got a mighty roar in my head, Lord, Lord. I got a mighty roar in my head." John Henry, that's an old ass song. Might go all the way back to like just after the Civil War. All right, let's do this shot here. Damn it. Oh yeah, brother. Some music started back going here. Some background music. Mozon says, "Love how that song is all one chord." Yeah, pretty much. Prop says, "If this isn't original, I ain't heard it before. Go figure." Dennis Troy says, 39 watching, 16 thumbs up. I got 34 thumbs up on my end. Magnetic Connection says, "Do you know Mean Mistreater by Johnny Winter?" I'd have to learn that one. Prop says, "Thumbs up." Sebastian says, "Sounded great. Appreciate that a lot." Christy Bush says, "That was excellent, Ed. Thank you very much." Lisa Kozik says, "Hey, Edward and everyone. What's your favorite Whiskey Road?" Wait, Whiskey Road in Aiken? That's a pretty good road. Like, not to drive on, but Steve-O says, "So dang good." Mozon Creation says, "Yeah, 34 thumbs up here." Lisa says, "A whiskey drink, not road." Probably scotch, like good single malt scotch. All right, here we go. Here we go, brother. Cheers, Kim Pie, L'chaim, all that good stuff. Prost, skull, right down the hatch. Mozon says, "Prost, brother." Gator Guitar says, "You let's go." Lisa Kozik says, okay, thank you. Yeah, I usually buy like Glenfiddich or something like that when I got the money, you know. Like, you know, like a nice single malt Scotch, probably my favorite whiskey drink. But when I don't get the money, I drink Irish. Prop says, not trying to sound too weird, but your music represents a moment in time, rarely captured. That's kind of true, yeah. Not a lot of people play this kind of stuff anymore. More people need to play it. Christy Bush says, down the hatch. Gator Guitar says, real music. Yeah, kind of the roots of American music, basically. You got blues, ragtime, jazz. That's pretty much the roots of all American music. And, you know, in certain, like, Appalachian stuff that came over from the British Isles that influenced country a lot, you know. Shasta X says, all I got here is Bud Light. Oh, hell. Well, I got Miller Lite. I ain't doing much better. Christy Bush says, when he's insane, he drinks Chinese. Yeah, but all out of that, got to order a new bottle of it. I was taking $10 donations to drink that stuff. Mozon Creation says, and it's music you can play by yourself, lead, rhythm, and singing. Yeah, like it's actually really interesting to play because you can be your own accompaniment on the guitar. You know, without like being the you know, the like strum-a-lum-a-dum-dum guy, like playing Wonderwall. Like you're doing the bass line and you're doing the lead at the same time. Really interesting stuff to learn. Like your best bet, like learning that type of stuff, probably start with Delta Blues. That's kind of more easy on the rhythm end of it, like it's just like one note on the rhythm, and you kind of graduate to like more ragtimey kind of Piedmont type stuff. Got syncopated rhythm in it. Mozon says, can't do that in reggae or metal. Yeah, yep. David Howard says, Ed, have you seen Marianne Bradley here on YouTube? She sounds like she's right out of the 1930s. I have seen her, yeah. Like a young girl, like plays like old blues stuff. Yeah, I've seen that. I think she's Australian, isn't she? Prop says, I used to play more of a rock, punk, rap, drop D sort of style. I used to play punk. I used to play bass in a punk band. Mark says, strum-a-lum-a-dum-dum, word of the week. Yeah. That's what I call the guy you see at the fucking bar, like doing wagon wheel and shit. You know, like... strum-a-lum-a-dum-dum. Rock me, mama, like a wagon wheel. Rock me, mama, like... Right. Gator Guitar sends me a $5 super chat. It says, stay blessed, you and your audience. I appreciate that very much, man. Super chats are much appreciated around here. They are the life of the show. So if y'all want to show me some love, like send me a super chat, I would appreciate that a lot. Yak Fishing says, is that a SE Custom Ed? Yeah, that's what that is. With a Floyd Rose on it. Mozon says, do you do Wonderwall, Ed? I probably know half of it. He says, please don't. Let's see. Prop says, love the blues, but most of my influence came from any band during pre-2000s that played in or close to drop D. I was a big Nirvana guy, you know, back in the day. I think the music started to suck about sometime after 1996. That's when I quit listening to the radio. Sinkfield says, hi Ed, play a lot of acoustic Zeppelin, love you. You mean you play that? Oh yeah, that's pretty cool. Appreciate that very much. Yak Fishing says, nice looking guitar, bro. Never seen it before. You should put all your fiddles in rotation. This has been on the show a few times. Christy Bush says, and definitely not Wagon Wheel. Yeah. Wagon Wheel is like the free bird of acoustic music, basically. Cosmic Sunbeam says, weed. Smoke it if you got it. Sebastian says, 1996 is the year radio went corporate. Yeah, it's kind of Bill Clinton's fault. He allowed radio companies to get all like sucked up by conglomerates and stuff. Like Beasley and all them kind of people. Russell Zoner says, I hear you like guitar. Yeah, I kind of do. Yak Fishing says, yeah, radio here started to suck around 96 too, Ed. I stopped listening. Russell says, radio was always corporate. Yeah, but it got super corporate like sometime in the late 90s when like these conglomerates like bought up all the damn radio stations and started sending the playlist out from corporate headquarters. That's when they stopped playing like anything interesting. Mark Fixes says, my Up That Wagon Wheel song with Oasis. You're my wagon wheel. Dave says, nothing on the radio around here but talk sports, talk politics, and Mexican music. That'd be cool if there was like a Mexican station around here. I'd like to hear some mariachi and shit. Russell says, I thought Angel from Montgomery was the free bird of acoustic. Nah, it's definitely Wagon Wheel or Wonderwall. Prop says, advertising has changed the face of music. Old school radio days compared to AI generated music. Yeah, pretty much. Yep. Kenny Glover says, hey brother Edward, love the videos you do, especially the Piedmont blues. Have you ever toyed with any gypsy jazz? Not really. Like jazz in general I'm not too good at, actually. I'm more of like a jazz listener. Never could play it too good. Like I'm like with jazz, like I can just kind of sit back and be like a stupid music fan and not overanalyze it. I'm just gonna kind of listen to it, you know. Russell Zoner says, then why do people keep blaming grunge for the death of rock? That was about the last good rock there was grunge. Mallory sends me $9.99. He says, I appreciate you, Ed. I appreciate you too. Thank you very much for that super chat. Let's see. Julian says, did you do a shot? Did I miss it? Yeah, I did one. Did some Irish. Yak Fishing says, when it's when Cox Mannheim started buying the radio stations. I think they own all the stations in the U.S. now. I think there's like Beasley Broadcasting owns a lot of them, like iHeartRadio and all that shit. Don Wilson says classic rock radio still going strong, 60s and 70s. Well, the problem with classic rock radio right now is they play a lot of stuff that came on like when I was alive, and I don't like that very much. I'm like, God damn it, am I that fucking old now? I could hear a fucking Green Day song on there, like, oh shit, I bought that when it came out. Russell Zoner says, put up an antenna. I can still get Univision and Telemundo too over the air. That's the Spanish stations. Russell Zoner says, Mexican soap operas kick ass. Christy Bush says, too cool, Mary. Russell Zoner says, I literally just listened to an interview with Bob Daisley where the interviewer and them were complaining for a few minutes about grunge. I mean, Nirvana was about the last good band in existence, like them and maybe Green Day. And Oasis was okay; they had a couple of good ones. But Oasis wasn't grunge, like Green Day wasn't either. But grunge, they had some good shit, like the early '90s. I like to think that nu metal killed rock, really. Andrew says, any opinion on USA versus import guitars? Love the channel. Keep up the great work, Andrew. Well, most of the guitars I own are imports. I do have a few American-made guitars. But, Nothing wrong with import guitars these days. Like, you know, you got CNC machines and all that stuff. They can make really good guitars in China and Korea and places like that. It used to not be that way like years and years ago. Yak Fishing says, yeah, classic rock has stayed the same songs for 30 years. Prop says, how about some Grand Funk Railroad? I'm your captain. Don't know that one. Got to learn that one. Russell says, freaking Beato and Fantano and the O's seem to blame grunge for killing classic rock. It's kind of stupid. Did Beato said that? Shit. I beg to differ, Mr. Beato. If anything, like, grunge killed cock rock, which I like. I think Kurt Cobain is a hero for doing that. But Christy Bush says rock and roll is elevator music. Shit. Prop says I could go on and on about music all night long, just not here. Peace, friends. You have a good one, Props. Yak Fishing says love Japanese guitar companies. They used to make some good Stratocasters. Russell Zoner says, lo and behold, it came around the 90s too. The web, that is, the greater population starting to use it. Yeah, I probably first got on the internet maybe about 1997, 98, something like that. Yak Fishing says, I have a huge collection of Japanese guitars. Yeah, I could probably use a Japanese Stratocaster. I'd love to have one of those. Russell Zoner says, clearly have not seen all the grunge bands before they were grunge. 100% cock rock and glam. Yeah, some of them were. Andrew says, Yak Fishing any Ibanez. Prop says, take that back. Gonna hang in there until my food's done baking. All right. Russell's Honor says, check some old pictures of Alice in Chains and even Pantera. Like Zakk Wylde himself, and I got gayer shit at home. Yeah, Alice in Chains sounds like they might have been a cock rock band. Like I know that Pantera was. Like I've seen pictures of them from the 80s and stuff. Julian says the 70s was a good year for Tennessee. Ernie Ford would perform for the last time before he passed away in 1977. His show was so popular back in those days, I don't like Japanese or Chinese made guitars. Christy Bush says, I love the great old rock, but I hear it in elevators in the grocery store. Yeah, they're playing modern rock in the grocery store these days. They're playing like Taproot and shit at the grocery store. Yak Fishing says, dozens. I have two of the very first run of the RG 550s, but no more. My 550s are my favorite Ibanez. Brian B says, hope you break out the 12 string. I might break that out in just a second. Andrew says, I'd love to have a made in Japan Ibanez one day. I'll tell you about the death of cock rock. The first band that I ever saw live was the damn Yankees, right? Ted Nugent, Tommy Shaw, Jack Blades, whoever the drummer was, all-star band, right? You know, the cock rockiest of cock rock bands. And we saw them at this little place, like about 1993, like keep that year in mind. Just a little fucking place, paid $10 a ticket. It was like on the edge of a river. Called Polly's on the River. I was like, man, why the hell are these guys in this small ass place? Like, what the fuck? What I didn't know at the time, I was too young, that Kurt Cobain had just put him out of business. It was 1993. The Prop says, my musical influences came from family, friends, record stores, and shows. That's pretty much for me, too, yeah. Russell Zoner says, I have several guitars made at the Fujigen, but none of them say Ibanez on them. Yak says, found them now, Andrew. The prices are going up. People are looking for them. Look around, bro. They're everywhere at this moment. Russell says, I'm still catching up. Just starting a journey into 60s equals 70s French prog. That sounds interesting. I'd have to check some of that out. French prog rock. Okay, let's whip out the 12 string here. Which I know I'm gonna have to tune. Close. The longest train I ever saw went down that Georgia line. The engine passed at 6 o'clock, and the cab passed by at 9. In the pines where the sun never shines, and we shivered when the cold wind blows. I asked my captain for the time of day. He said he throwed his watch away. The long steel rail and the short cross tie. I'm on my way back home. In the pines where the sun never shines, and we shivered when the cold wind blows. Little girl, what have I done to make you treat me so? You cause me to weep, you cause me to moan, and you cause me to leave my home. In the pines where the sun never shines, and we shivered when the cold wind blows. In the pines where we showed our behinds, and we shivered when the cold wind blows. Alrighty. Got some In the Pines with Bill Monroe's lyrics and kind of, you know, like Lead Belly's chord progression. On the dreaded 12-string guitar. Russell Zoner says, noise, in the British fashion. Noise. Right. Prop says, great cover, Ed. Has a radio sound about it. Appreciate that. Gator Guitar says, love it. Appreciate it, man. Julian Santaguida says, In the Pines is a good song. You made a video about it. Oh, yeah. I like literally live in the pines. So I had plenty of pine trees to use as a backdrop. Prop sends me a $20 super chat. He says, appreciate the music. Don't mention it. Thank you very much, man. I appreciate that super chat a lot. Super chats are indeed the life of the show. Thank you, man. Mallory says, any experience with Henry strings? I put Henry brand strings, I guess. I put a light set on my Takamine parlor guitar 2 weeks ago, and so far they suck. Won't stay in tune. I never tried them. At first I thought you were like saying somebody's name, like Henry Strings, the retarded cousin of Billy Strings, or something like that. No, I've never tried those. I mostly use Ernie Ball, but on acoustics I use Martin strings. Brian B says, amazing, loving it. Appreciate that. Dollar says he said don't mention it. Well, I had to, you know. Cosmic Sunbeam says bong hit. He's doing him a hit, might do me a shot. Thomas McAndrew says Boz Skaggs and Skydog, loan me a dime. I'd have to learn that one. Julian Santaguida says, if I was back to my music, I would like to do a punk version of that song. You probably could. Let me see here. If I can work it out for you. Christy Bush says, all right, props. Dollar says, I'm in the pines as well here in Florida. Yeah, like my land, like where I live, is like pine trees and sand. Can't even grow shit out here. Just pine trees and sand, and like scrub oaks. Christy Bush says, you should learn. How's about another shot? Let's try, let's see, some VSOP Hennessy right here, some cognac. Dark stuff, probably got caramel color in it. And some Beefeater London gin. Y'all tell me gin or cognac. Prop says, I'm just playing around. I've lived around the Appalachian Mountains and the forests surrounding them, you know, Philly. Yeah, the woods up there are fucking cool, man. Like in Appalachia. Christy Bush says, shoot it, cognac. Dollar says cognac. Julian says, to be honest, I don't know how it would sound. Like it would sound more like Green Day than Lead Belly, but I would give it a go. He says, Jack, please. J1 says, gin is easy to spell. Christy Bush says, hey, Julian, David says, you deserve the cognac. Looks like cognac's winning this one. Thomas McAndrew, who I believe was the designer of the Titanic, right? No, Thomas Andrew, yeah. He said, living large in the upper Delaware River, Pennsylvania area. Oh, cool. All right, let's do some cognac here, some Hennessy. J1 says gin is like licking pine tar. It does have a piney taste to it, yeah. Got the juniper berries in it. The damn cork's like all loose in it. This bottle's from China, actually. It got the Chinese writing on the back there. I don't know if y'all can see that on camera. That's probably blurry. Cognac's a status symbol in China. Dollar says, I worked a few years at liquor and wine stores, learned a lot, and got a lot of weird hangovers. You're just trying all kind of different shit, yeah. All right, here we go. Cheers, Kim Pai, L'chaim, Prost, Slaintje. All right, here we go. Down the hatch, brother. Oh, yeah, brother.
Ain't nobody got that much to spend.
It's got like a caramelly taste to it, kind of. And a little bit of like dark fruit, like raisiny kind of taste. I don't like it as good as Courvoisier, but it's good stuff. Dollar says cheers. Christy says cheers. Maury says Punkin' the Pines. That's great. I might have to record that, but I'd be stealing Julian's idea though. Thomas McAndrew says gin and tonic plus an old 714 always was way too much fun. Ron says, how the hell are you, brother? I'm doing pretty good. Just had a shot. Did you miss it? Dollar says, Macho Man said the cream rises to the top. Right. Like, cream rises to the top. Ooh, yeah. Christy Bush says, don't rip the shirt, brother. Rip all the buttons off. Shit. I'll tell you my Hulk Hogan story. Okay, I was a kid. There used to be a heel in the WWF called Bad News Brown. They came to Augusta, Georgia. Hulk Hogan was born there, actually. The house show was not on TV or anything. Hulk Hogan comes out, you know, to the music, you know, all that, does the thing, rips the fucking shirt off. You know, the whole place goes wild. Then Bad News Brown comes out and drop kicks Hulk Hogan before the bell even rings, knocks him the fuck out, takes the championship belt, walks off. The entire place like erupts into like boos and like, this is bullshit, fuck you, bullshit. And the announcer comes on and says, the bell has not rung yet. Bad News Brown's got to come back out here and fight. And then Hulk Hogan like beat his ass and won, and all was okay in the universe. That was me seeing Hulk Hogan there. The one and only time I got to see him. J1 says down the hatch and lock the latch. Ron says I turned it on just in time. Weren't you here earlier? Like, must have had to go somewhere. Julian Santaguida says, yeah, don't rip your shirt. Jimbo J.K. Ryder says, hey man, just got turned on to the show. Got to thank my friend. Lots of fun and shots. I appreciate that, man. Yeah, stick around. We'll probably be on here for a while. Ron says, I watched your Aussie stream yesterday. Good shit, man. Yeah, I just kind of did like an impromptu Tuesday night stream because Aussie died. I had to do something, you know. Ron says, back from the Canadian mountains. Well, I bet that's a fun place to be. Talking about like the Rockies or like that kind of area. Frank says, the Appalachians and the Scottish Highlands were once part of the same ancient mountain chain, today inhabited by similar people, beautiful and spooky, an attractive combination. Yeah, the Appalachians are really, really old, like probably going back to, oh god, like maybe probably the Proterozoic era. Like the damn Carboniferous or something like that, I think. Might be wrong. But way before the dinosaurs, the Appalachian Mountains formed. Ron says had to make a box run for Booze Run. Dollar says I got to see Ozzy once. Slash was the opening act. Between every song, Ozzy would pour a bucket of cold water on himself. Must have been one of them hot ass ones. Had a pretty hot gig last weekend. Very interesting gig though, in a very very lucrative gig. I played at a house that was built in the 1780s at a rich people party, like out in the middle of nowhere, 2 miles down a gravel road. We played on this like porch. It was like a porch that wrapped around this house, and had the drummer to the side of us. That was kind of lame, you know. Ron says called the Coast Range. Oh, okay. Julian Santa Guida says, my uncle drinks. Not if I beat you with Mr. Phillips. You don't know what it comes to my creative mind. Christy Bush says, what else comes in a box, Ron? Lisa says, I got your CD. It's great. I appreciate that. Finally came in the mail. Yeah, thank you for getting that. Yeah, I do got 2 CDs out. They're also available for download. Got the If the Creek Don't Rise record. That's what you hear right now in the background. And I got my country blues record. You can get that. Link below in the Bandcamp link. And Christy says, don't delete Lisa. Frank Morgendorfer says, gotta wonder what lives deep in the mountains that old. A lot of guys that make corn liquor, I think. But Ron says, fished up a bunch of salmon and trout. Took home 40 pounds of salmon. I ate all the trout fresh. 40 pounds of salmon, damn. You're going to get a lot of omega-3. Shit. Julian Santa Guida says, I remember Ozzy and his wife making a cameo in the WWE. I didn't know they were into the WWE. Yeah, Ozzy, I think Ozzy's in the WWE Hall of Fame. So that's 2 Hall of Famers that died in the same week. Yeah, Hulk and Ozzy. Right in there with Donald Trump. Christy says, that was a great comment. Rodney says, yeah, tomorrow at the Duran Blues Fest, we're going 18 years free to get in. That's pretty cool, damn. We have a blues fest every year about 50 miles from here. Been trying to get booked up there, actually, the Willie McTell Festival. You know, Willie McTell was a local guy. In Thompson, Georgia. Avalon Dreamin' says, love that burgundy hat. Yeah, the old pimp hat here. Got it like an antique store. Ron says, Christy, the best present every woman ever got me. Christy says, Bigfoot. Lisa Kozik says, I deleted because it was misspelled. I don't like it when I do that. Yet same here. I'm a fucking grammar Nazi from hell. I like freak out when I like misspell something or forget like you know, punctuation and stuff like that. Christy says, red or white. Gotcha. Martian Murray says, Appalachian Mountain's about 480 million years old. So that would put them, would that be the Ordovician or the Cambrian? Val Terlin de Melo Lima says, Brazil here. What's up, man? Hello from South Carolina. Thomas McAndrew says, Woodstock is 10 miles from where I am. I'm at Bethel Woods, New York. I believe that's what the site is actually called now. It's called the Bethel Woods something or other, right? It's got the name Bethel in it, like the original site. They still have music out there sometimes. Christy Bush says, Hola, Val Terlin. Dollar says, I'm probably going to see Buckethead soon in a small concert venue. I don't know much about Buckethead. I know of him. But a pretty interesting guy. With the KFC bucket. Magnetic Connection says, I live 2 miles out of gravel road. Only house on the road. Dave Whitley says, I'm drunker than you are. Let's drink. He says, I got Jew, Catholics, and jihadis running. We'll have us a shot in a minute. Lisa says, I can't wait to hear you and your band at Amp the Alley in August. You should be booked at Willie McTell. They play all kinds of Americana music, not a lot of blues. So I stopped going. Yeah, that's what I heard. Like the blues was kind of skimpy there. But a lot of these festivals are controlled by a town committee and stuff, and you got to get in with those people and shit, I did talk to one of the guys that was part of the committee. If you remember the Blind Willie McTell video that I made, the guy at the museum I was talking to, I believe he's part of the committee that books at the Blind Willie McTell Festival.
Lord, since I've been gone.
Had a moth land on me. Christy says, have any of y'all heard of a guitar player named Rodney Brannigan? He plays 2 guitars at once. Great singer. I've never heard of him. I have to look him up. Valterlin says, you remember Jack White? My English is bad, KKK. Yeah, old Jack White, yeah. I had a girlfriend who gave me every White Stripes record ever made. It was on one of my computer hard drives. I actually visited Jack White's studio in Nashville. Went to the shop they have next door. He had Charlie Patton records for sale. Dave Whitley says Sunset Boulevard. I'm getting tickets. Look at this damn bug here. Let me get this motherfucker. Place full of bugs. Christy says, your English is fine, V, no worries. He says, are you good at guitar? I appreciate that, man. Ron says, welcome one and all. If you like what Ed does, drop him a tip and check out the merch. Yeah, y'all do that. I would appreciate that. Dave Whitley says, drop me, I'm something Russian dive with any. There's a PayPal link there. I do take PayPal too. Christy Bush says, Ron, is he selling the risky business drawers or shirt? I might put that shirt on eBay. Thomas McAndrew says, going to see Bonnie Raitt at Bethel Woods. I would love to visit that site one day, the old Woodstock site. Yeah, it's called Bethel Woods now.
I can't wait to get back home.
Dave Whitley says, they know everything. Ron says, signed them and everything. David Howard says, Steve Earle, I hear his tune, South Nashville Blues. Dollar says, years ago I ripped all my friends' Metallica CDs onto my computer and shared them on Napster. Don't tell Lars. Yeah, when fucking Lars sued Napster, I started downloading Metallica just out of spite and stuff. I already had their records. Val says, BB King Blues, man, is beautiful. Might do some BB King here. Christy Bush says, and duct tape. Frank says, subscribe. Let's get it to 50,000. Yeah, trying to get to 50,000 subs. Let's do a little BB King here. On this beautiful PRS from the 1920s. Let's see. gone, yeah. The thrill is gone away. The thrill is gone, yeah. The thrill is gone away. You know you done me wrong. You'll be sorry someday. The thrill is gone, yeah. The thrill is gone away from me. The thrill is gone, yeah. The thrill is gone away from me. You know I love you, darling, but so lonesome I will be. Thrill is gone, yeah. Thrill is gone away for good. Thrill is gone, yeah. Thrill is gone away for good. I'll be open arms, just like I know a good man should. I'm free now. Lord, I'm free from your spell. I'm free now. Lord, I'm free from your spell. Now when it's over, all I can do is wish you well. Damn it. Tangled up here. A little bit of Thrill Is Gone by B.B. King. Christy Bush says, I think that's the best sounding guitar. It's a really good sounding guitar. Like, it's got a split on it where you can like split the coils and get like a Fender sound or a Gibson sound, you know. Frank says, still breathing. So far, so good in you. Dave Whitley says, Jerusalem Ridge, Whiskey Mick and Dave. You have to learn that one. Avalon Dreamin' says, nice, appreciate that. Christy Bush says, about the same. Got caught in a hard rainstorm, just getting warmed up. I think it's going to rain out here pretty soon. Like somebody in Atlanta told me it was raining out there, so it's probably coming this way. Roy Explorer says, is the thrill still gone? Let's see. Dave Whitley says, I'm meaning it. So-called gods. It's the so-called gods. Let's see. Val says, here in Brazil speak, not fight. Sepultura equals Metallica. I've heard of Sepultura. Or Sepultura, whatever they're called. Christy says, damn Ed, appreciate that. Val says, fantastic, appreciate it. Frank Morgendorfer says, have a shot, Christy, keep out the cold. Val says, Hendrix equals Villanova Junction, Woodstock. It does kind of have the same chords as The Thrill Is Gone. Dave Whitley says, Mungo Jerry in the Summertime original 1970 Cry Baby Cry. He says, Jerusalem Ridge, Whiskey Mick and Dave. Gator Guitar says, how do you feel about guitar lessons versus self-teaching? Well, I mean, I didn't take a lot of lessons when I was growing up. My dad showed me some stuff, but I'm mostly self-taught, so that's about all I can tell you about. I mean, I kind of developed my own way of playing. Like, I use my thumb a lot, like from, learning like Hendrix when I was a kid. And stuff like that. It's kind of weird the way I play. Like, I didn't learn a lot of, like, proper techniques, probably. Christy Bush says, I'm a straight edge chica. Julian Santaguida says, awesome, some B.B. King, blown away by that mind, totally blown. Appreciate that. Dave Whitley says, you're a Catholic pussy, or something. He says, is low IQ. Get a beer. Christy Bush says, you're killing me, Dave Whitley. Ron says, the Thrill Is Gone was smooth. Thank you for that, man. Dave says, this test. Miller time. I did look around, like, and tried to find some Hulk Hogan Great American beer, like that stuff he just started making. Could not find any, like, locally. So I guess his new, his new fucking tagline is like, take your vitamins, say your prayers, and get fucking drunk on beer, brother. Blackie Ted says, Rainer time for me. Val says, I met you playing Dust My Broom. You have talent on guitar. I only play Ramones, which is easier. I played some Ramones today, actually. I played Blitzkrieg Bop. Dave Whitley says, Catholics ain't chomos. Ron's laughing his ass off. Val says, folk is good. There's some good folk music out there, Like Woody Guthrie and stuff. And Dave says, Indian Cigs. Val says, Arlo Guthrie and the father. Yeah, oh yeah. Good old Woody. Ron says, potato salad. I like potatoes, but I'm not a big fan of potato salad. Ron says, oh, I thought we were just saying random shit. Christy Bush says, with eggs? Dave says, Ryan Jack and did you any candy? Christy Bush says, oh my. Do y'all have any, like, English for me? Frank Morgendorfer says, surprised Trump hasn't come out with a line of booze, apocalypse juice. Oh, I'm buying a bottle if he does. You know I'm buying a bottle. I wasn't going to pay $1,500 for a Trump guitar. I'll buy his liquor. Like, review it and stuff. Ron says, Free Willy. Ron says, it's cramped in here. Christy says he did? Oh, really? I didn't know that. Val says, Old West Billy the Kid. I like to visit New Mexico. Yeah, I've never been to New Mexico myself. Never really been out west. Dave says, we're not abrasive Volvins. A lot of these could be song lyrics. I'll play a song in just a minute. I didn't put any cold water in the fridge. I can't drink any absinthe tonight. Ron says, cool that you had your wah pedal last show. Yeah, I still got it out here. It's hooked up over there. Julian says, but instead of being upset about Ozzy's death, I'm putting it in a good use on Thursday, July 31st on Netflix. I might be watching the NASA rocket launch. They're going to send something like his ashes to space like they did Timothy Leary or something? Dave Whitley says, I'll be around. All right. Very interesting use of the English language. Val says, Ozzy rip. Yeah, that hurt me when he died. Ron Swanson says, shot. Okay, we can do that. Christy says, I just got back from a quick trip through New Mexico. Yeah, never been out there. Charles Holman says, Trump does have a vodka. Oh, fuck vodka. Yeah. He says, I have 2/5 of it. I won't drink it, though, because I'm on the carnivore diet. Well, I believe on like any kind of low carb or keto type of thing, you can have liquor. I don't know about carnivore, though. Okay, we're gonna check out here. Let's go back to gin and Irish. Beefeater London gin right here. Pine tree juice, basically. And some Jameson's Irish whiskey. Y'all tell me, Irish or gin. Waking Dragon says, I know you do Hideaway. Do you know of Freddy's San Jose or Onion Rings? That's a couple I'd have to learn. Like I've heard them. I know Hideaway, and I used to do Sidetrack too. Christy says beautiful mountains and great people. Talking about New Mexico. Ron says, would you play Voodoo Child tonight, please? I can probably do that for you. All right. Wish I'd brought my whammy bar. I forgot it, but Julian says probably it would be live though. Ed, you got to get some Irish whiskey on you, or is the bottle down? That's plenty in there. Julian says Irish. Frank says John Jameson. Blackie Ted says, do you have Wildfire Smoke where you are? Is that a whiskey? I don't think I've seen it. Bears Den says gin. Ron says gin. So we got a tie here. Val says the internet is fantastic. It allows us to learn about different cultures. That's true. Yeah. I probably would not have an audience without the internet, like as far as like playing blues and stuff. Because people damn sure don't respond to it around here very much. Let's see, Val says gin and tonic with water. So he votes gin. Steve says Irish. Christy says gin. I think gin might be winning by 1 right now. Charles Holman says, Holloman says carnivore is a no-carb diet. Beef, butter, bacon, and eggs. Fish, seafood, chicken, duck, sausage with intermittent fasting. Oh, so that's like 0 carb whatsoever. I've been eating Mediterranean. What I've been eating, like, you know, a lot of like, you know, fish and stuff. I'm gonna call this one for gin. I feel like drinking some gin. Cold gin time again. Brown out. You know I always win. Brown out. You know it's the only thing that keeps us together. Okay, enough kiss. Val says kiss. Yep. Dave says I'm making ear on Black Jesus. Okay, here we go. Some Beefeater gin from London, England. Here we go. Cheers. Slaintje, Kim Pie, L'chaim, Prost. All that good stuff right down the hatch. Shit'll give you heartburn too. Frank Morgendorfer says, sad to hear the blues is not more celebrated in the southern U.S., his home. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a backwater around here, you know. Most people in bars around here, they want to hear top 40 material and stuff like that. There's plenty of blues places around here. I tend to get better responses to blues music from, like, Georgia crowds for some reason. You know, you still got Memphis. Memphis still going strong. Delta's still going strong. See, Dave says he's not bad. He needs a good ball scrub. Probably. Christy says down the hatch. Basil says hello animals. Dave Whitley says the blues places ain't. Well, let's do a little Voodoo Child for Ron Swanson. Christy says Dave Whitley for president. Yeah, wouldn't you love to hear hear some of those one-liners like from the president? Let me see. Move this thing so I can hit the wah-wah pedal. right next to a mountain. I chop it down with the end of my hand. I stand right next to a mountain. Chop it down with the end of my hand. I pick up all the pieces and make an island. Not even raise a little sand. Little sand. I'm a voodoo child. Lord knows I'm a voodoo child. Take up all your sweet time. Give it right back to you one of these days. I didn't mean to take up all your sweet time. Give it right back to you one of these days. I don't meet you no more in this world. I'll meet you in the next one. Don't be late. Don't be late. Cause I'm a voodoo child. Lord knows I'm a voodoo child. There's some Jimi Hendrix there. And Ron Swanson sends me a Canadian $6.99 in a super chat. Thank you very much for that, man. I appreciate that a lot. Get my let's see. Christy says, thank you, Ron. Gator Guitar says, well, I stand up next to a mountain. Val says, Hendrix is magic. Dave Whitley says, autism's probably about half the internet. Ron says, you did Boom 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 last show. It was sick. Might play that in just a minute. All right. Dennis Troy says, cut it down. Getting told to turn it down on the fucking internet now. Damn. Not just clubs anymore. Ron says, that PRS is so fine. That thing does sound good. Hang on. Lost my place here. Frank says, go Ed, go. Appreciate that. Val says, good, Ron. Rodney says, Hot Like Mars will be there on Friday night. Know anything about them? Hot Like Mars. I don't think I've heard of them. Frank Morgendorfer says, birds flying on the fretboard. Cool guitar. Yeah, most PRS guitars have those birds like inlays on there. Val says, something in Portuguese that I can't really read. Os Pasaros na guitarra sal bonitos. Christy Bush says, I'm all smiles now. Thank you, Ed. Cool, appreciate that. Ron says, fuck yeah. Val says, the birds on guitar, beautiful. Mallory says, amazing Hendrix. Damn. Thank you, man. And Val says, Hendrix, yeah. Ron says, can't really beat a PRS, all things considered. It's good all around, like all-purpose guitar, you know. Very versatile, like with a coil split, you know, you can split the coils and play like single coil type stuff, and you can push the button back in and play fucking humbucker shit. Steven says, hello from Mansalona, Michigan. Sounds great. Cool, man. Appreciate that. Lonesome Stranger says, me and the devil, please. I can do that for you. Okay. Let's see here. About time we did a little bit of Robert Johnson. Check. Okay, see how this mic sounding. Val says, Ron, like band from Brazil. Lonesome Stranger says, because I believe you have already been to the crossroads. Christy Bush says, that's my favorite from your album. Oh, that last one I was playing on there? Yeah, old man, yeah. Dropped this one earlier. That's probably pretty close. Early this morning, when you knocked upon my door, early this morning, when you knocked upon my door, I said, hello, Satan, I believe it's time to go. Me and the devil walking side by side. Me and the devil, woo, walking side by side. And I'm gonna beat my woman and I get satisfied. She says she don't see why you would dog me around. She says she don't see why talk me around. Must be that old evil spirit so deep down in the ground. You may bury my body down by the highway side. You may bury my body down by the highway side. So my old evil spirit can catch a greyhound bus and ride. Alrighty, some Robert Johnson right there, Me and the Devil Blues. Julian Santaguita says, SRV did this song. I'm blown away from the wah-wah pedal. It's that Hendrix wah pedal you're using. It's a Morley. Actually, a Steve Vai wah-wah pedal. Ron says, I believe SRV's version's a notch above. He did a pretty good version of it. Mallory says, my sister and my nephew bought me a Crybaby a few years ago, but I can't do Hendrix like that. That was sick. I had a Crybaby in high school, and I ended up giving it to somebody like a dumbass. And Mallory sends me $4.99, says, love it. I appreciate that super chat very much, man. Super chats are the life of the show. You want to show me some love, like just go down to that $sign down there, throw a tip in the super chat bucket. I'm basically busking here. Dave Whitley says, Nancy Sinatra, The Shadow of Your Smile. I had to learn that one. I don't know that one. Ron says, sorry guys, I know that's sacrilegious. Talking about SRV's version of Voodoo Child. Dave says, fake carrots in all caps. So Dave Whitley's our resident poet tonight here. Val says, Ed, do you like any bands from Brazil? I've heard a couple, like some that people have showed me and stuff. I can't name none off the top of my head. You know, love fucking bossa nova stuff. Dave Whitley says, Vegas loves me. Ron Swanson says, crispy picking, brother, right on time. Appreciate that. Here, Figaro right here. Ron says he reminds me of Chet. I'm still trying to stay in tune. Damn it. Keep the kit lighter. Okay, here we go. Who reminds you of Chet? Catching up with you soon. What y'all got for me here? Talk to me, people. Come on, brother, let me hear it. Restart the background music here. Lonesome Stranger says, hold on, I'm rolling one. It's smoke him if you got him. Val says the U.S. country is caipira music in Brazil. You know, don't they have like gauchos and stuff down there? I always like bossa nova music. Steven says, will you play In the Pines Forest tonight, or did I already miss it? I actually played that earlier on the 12 string. Ron says, sorry I had to see a man about a horse. Steve says, can you play Into Pines? Yeah, I actually played Into Pines probably about a half hour ago. Dave Whitley says, take a broken heart, Ricky Jew Nelson. Yeah, last week, fucking hell week, man. Hulk Hogan and Ozzy Osbourne, like, so basically my entire childhood fucking died last week. Dave says, what a stud. Yeah. Hulk was a stud. Yeah, he had a tan and big muscles and all that shit. Julian says, I'm out of here. Time to call it a night. My tablet's going down. Thanks for having me on your live stream, Edward. Peace out, party people. All right, we'll see you later, Julian Santaguida. You have a good one, man. Frank Morgendorfer says, Ed, got you on the big screen. Ties love the blues. Bit like being at a gig. Come visit sometime. That'd be cool. But my experience with folks from East Asia, like they tend to not know too much blues. Like I played at a Filipino birthday party one time. Like they didn't know none of it. My wife, like she only knows like pop and stuff. Like can't even make her like the Beatles. Val says, do you play voila or the viola, 12-string guitar? Yeah, actually, I played that 12-string earlier. Might do another one a little bit later. Ron says, I hear you, man. Some for me. Tried to make some damn Thai curry like last year, and finding ingredients for that shit is like I mean it's like some Indiana Jones shit, like trying to find ingredients to make that stuff, like a galangal and like, you know, lemongrass and all kind of weird stuff like they make it with. I found them though. Ron says, it doesn't seem real that Ozzy's gone yet. It hadn't really set in for me yet. Like, I mean, I did see his funeral procession earlier today. Hulk Hogan hit me quicker because they did the fucking 10-bell salute, you know, on WWE. And I sat there watching that when that bell was ringing. I was like, God damn, I almost fucking fainted. Frank Morgendorfer says, Ties don't have much knowledge of the blues, but love good musicianship and solid groove. Like from my experience, like just knowing like a few Asian people, like they know Michael Jackson, they know Elvis, they know the Beatles, like stuff like that. They even know like you know, modern like pop like Britney and the Backstreet Boys. You go too much deeper than that, like they don't know too much. Yeah, my wife is like, you know, Madonna, Britney's here. My wife did know like one Ozzy song, like she knows what was it? Mama, I'm Coming Home. Like she'd heard that before. Val says Ozzy's great. He was. He's a big influence on me, actually. Ron says Thai green curry is one of my all-time favorites, and fucking hard to find ingredients for. It's got just you know, just some very distinctive like Asian ingredients in it, and
You got to find like your local, you know, Asian supermarket or like a local like Vietnamese supermarket or somewhere like that and find some of this stuff. Ron says, how sad is that? Frank says, you got any Britney in you, Ed? Let me see. All right, all right, all right, all right, all right. Bo says, I finally got my guitar room remodeled. Now I can play my 2.5 chords that I know in happiness. Cool, cool. Yeah, keep on picking. Frank says, funny. Brittany's probably what, like about a year or two older than me. Ron says it's like a treasure hunt. Yeah, trying to find some of those Asian ingredients. Mark says, I grow all that stuff for curries. Oh, cool, damn. I didn't think of that. Val says, ZZ Top Blue Jean Blues. That's one I don't know. I'd have to learn it. I've heard the song, but I'd have to learn it. That Thai basil is hard to find. Like the galangal is extremely hard to find. Fish sauce is pretty easy to find. Ron says, same age, I bet. I think Brittany's like maybe a couple of years older than me. That fucking, the chick they sent to space, that one, like, she's my age. What's her damn name? Katy Perry, yeah. She's my age. Sent her to space and didn't even leave her there. Brought her back. Frank says, you might get ingredients online direct from Thailand. You probably could. You'd have to pay to ship them. Yeah. Like I wanted to buy some duck confit one time from this place, and like, you know, the price was okay, but the shipping was like, it's like $40 fucking shipping, you know. Lonesome Stranger says, I built a 3 to 4 string cigar box guitars. Love the blues. I got a cigar box guitar. It's in disrepair right now. I got to put it back together and shit. Got a couple of videos with it. Mark says, galangal grows like a weed here. Damn, it kind of looks like ginger, but it's like very different in taste. Like a lot of the Chinese stuff I have to cook for my wife, like that's not too bad, like finding some of those ingredients. Like we got a Chinese store, you know, like near here, but like you get into like Thai, Vietnamese, like stuff like that, some of that stuff gets hard to find. You can get that damn, those, like the Chinese store, you can get those fucking, like, 1,000-year eggs and the pig powder and all that kind of stuff, like, all day long. Might do another shot in a minute. Shit. Feeling frisky tonight. Ron says, I grow the Thai basil and the chilies. Lime leaves are easy to get a hold of. I need to start growing galangal. Yeah, lime leaves were fucking hard to find around here. I think I found those at the Vietnamese supermarket. But Ron, you're my age. Were you a Hulkamaniac when you were a kid? Or being Canadian, like, were you like into Bret Hart or whatever? Basil says, I'm doing shots tonight too. Was laid off this morning. Oh shit. I hate to hear that, man. Ron says, shit. Ron says, that sucks. I'm sorry. Who in here was a Hulkamaniac when they were a kid? Basil says, thanks. I'm hoping to get something lined up soon, but tonight belongs to Mr. Walker. Got some Johnny Walker going on there. Says, I was big into Hulk. Yeah, I was a Hulkamaniac when I was a kid. Gator says, hell yeah, Hulk Hogan, Andre the Giant, forever. I saw Andre one time. Like he got counted out, like he fought Big John Studd. Let's see here. Ron says, West Coast, can you grow citrus? Oh, you can grow citrus. I think you can grow lemons, like here in South Carolina, possibly. Like, I've seen people with lemon trees. But, I mean, you know, you don't have, like, very good luck with that till you get down to, like, Florida and shit. Basil says, remember Don the Rock Morocco? I'm trying to think. I don't know. Ron says, I remember doing pile drivers and saying I was him. Yak says, I was too old to be a little Hulkster. Ron says, Hart never appealed to me. I went to see Bret Hart one time, like main eventing, and he didn't fucking show up. Basil says, had so crazy veins. Yep. Hulk like got old, and we all found out he was like kind of a you know, a naughty boy sometimes. Like, oh yeah, brother, I'm gonna make a fucking racist sex tape. Yeah, brother. Like, let's see here. Got Jefferson's Reserve, high proof bourbon here. So it's the battle of the whiskeys here. Got some Jameson's Irish whiskey. Yeah, the cast strength 130 proof Jefferson's Reserve. Y'all tell me, bourbon or Irish? Yak says, Ed, do you remember the two original Assassins? Vaguely, yeah. Like back in the day. Oh, yeah. And Basil says, a sad number of wrestlers have died. Yeah, they, you know, tear their fucking bodies up so much and, you know, shoot fucking steroids into their balls and all that shit. And, yeah, they don't live long. Basil says, Lex Luger in a wheelchair. Yeah, that's right. He had some kind of back surgery that went wrong. Lex Luger was the wrestler that I got closest to. Like him and Jeff Jarrett. Like Lex Luger like walked right by me one time. Like I got like down on the front one day, like at a WWF show, a house show. Frank Morgendorfer says, ever hear of a Japanese wrestler called Giant Baba? Saw him in Tokyo, close to 7 feet, had an overactive thyroid. He says Irish on the juice. I've heard of Baba. Yeah, I don't know much about Japanese wrestling. I've heard of like Inoki and Baba and people like that. Charlie Gableton says, hello Edward, what's up man, how you doing? Ron says, when I was 12 or so, I saw them measure Hulk's biceps for Guinness World Records, giving him the title of biggest arms in the world. He used to make a big deal out of them fucking 24-inch pythons, brother. Right? Ron votes Jeffersons. So we got a vote for Irish and a vote for Jeffersons. Get them votes in, y'all. Bourbon or Irish? And while y'all vote, I'm going to step outside real quick, take care of a little bit of man business. I'll be right back. Yak Fishing says, they were both friends of my brother-in-law. They used to come by the house in Kentucky and have dinner. It was interesting to hear them plan out the next matches, and my brother-in-law would give them ideas. Shit, like who? Oh, the Assassins. Oh, okay, yeah. Charlie says, when I was a kid, I met Haystacks Calhoun. He's just a big old fat guy, yeah. He says Bobo Brazil, the Medics, Freddie Blassie, I think, Iron Sheik, and Gorgeous George. Damn, you met fucking Gorgeous George? Wow. That's a back in the day wrestler there. He met some of them old territory guys. Never got to meet a wrestler. There was a famous female wrestler called Bambi that I saw at a fairground one time, and she got thrown out of the ring. I was on the front row, and her head like landed right between my legs. I was like a kid. That's as close as I got to meeting a wrestler. Yak Fishing says it was cool, but ruined wrestling for me. Need more votes here. We got 1 vote for Irish whiskey and 1 vote for Jefferson's bourbon. Y'all tell me, Irish whiskey or Jefferson's bourbon? Yak says a Buff Bagwell got his leg cut off a few weeks ago. Sad, but yeah, I saw about that, yeah. Yeah, that's crazy. Christy says Irish. Charlie says bourbon. Still tied. Somebody break this tie here. Let's get 1 vote in. Next vote breaks the tie. Mallory says, I was too old to follow Hulk Hogan, but I liked his caricature. My kids watched his cartoons. I remember the old WWF cartoons they had. Yeah. Mass Mofo says Irish. Okay, Irish it is. Yeah, says I met a stripper named Thumper once. Thumper. All right, here we go, brother. Cheers, L'chaim, Kim Pai, saludos, right down the hatch. YouTuber says, bring me the good stuff, law. Oh, man, Hulk, man, you know, love the man, but he told some fucking whoppers, man. He's like, I was gonna play bass for Metallica, brother. I auditioned for him. They asked Metallica about it, like Lars or somebody, and they were like, what? Never met him. They were gonna put me on the George Foreman grill, brother. Yak says, what's up, Ron? What'd you bring home, sir? YouTuber says, Hulk's band was called Ruckus. Yeah, he played bass in a band called Ruckus down in Florida. He was out of Tampa. Yak Fishing says, Ed, Buff Bagwell lives in Ackworth near Big Papa Pump. Yeah, I remember Buff Bagwell, like back from WCW and shit. The funniest Hulk Hogan bullshit story was he said, I used to wrestle 400 days a year, brother, because I would cross the international date line between America and Japan, and I'd wrestle 400 days a year, brother. Frank Morgendorfer says, we have Muay Thai here. It's like kind of like kickboxing, right? He says it's brutal when it's real and has big money riding on the bout. It's kind of like a form of kickboxing, right? YouTuber says Bagwell lost a leg recently. Yeah, they took his leg off a few weeks ago. Ron says, I caught steelhead, salmon, rainbow trout, and bull trout. Kind of jealous, like you can't catch any of those fish around here in my area. Like we don't have enough like cold, fast-moving water for trout and stuff like that to live in. You got to go up to the mountains, like in North Carolina, to catch shit like that. Ron says egg pattern on some mountain streams. Frank says, yeah, that's right, kickboxing. Ron says, good clean fish for eating. Like a trout and a salmon are almost the same thing. Like I think they're very closely related. You got that fucking omega-3 fatty acid going on and shit. You know, here you get like brim and bass and catfish and stuff like that. Ron says, yeah, subspecies, right. Yak Fishing says, you remember Pump, Scott Steiner? Yeah, that was a big bastard. Yeah, I can't believe he ain't dead from like steroid use by now. But he wore that damn that chainmail coif like all the time. Yak says, I love cold water fish, Ron. Most warm water fish taste like dirt to me. Yeah. The catfish tastes like fucking mud, man. I'll play a song here in a second. I was forced to learn Georgia on My Mind the other day for that rich people party I played at. Might do that one, hell. Not very good at doing piano on the guitar. I can kind of play it on the piano. But, I got lyrics for it. Yak says, Ron, cold, deep water. He says, Ron, not one clean stream in the U.S. That's probably not one, completely clean stream in the world by now. You know, they all got PFAs and stuff all in there. Christy says, we stayed on the northern Rio Grande in Red River, New Mexico. Guys were fishing, fly fishing 2 yards from my hotel door, catching 6 to 8 inch trout every 2 minutes. You'll see that in the mountains in North Carolina sometimes. I stayed at a hotel in Cherokee, North Carolina, actually, and there was a stream outside. There was a guy out there fly fishing, probably catching trout. YouTuber says, have you heard about Bridget Macron suing Candace Owens? I know who Candace Owens is. I'm not sure who Bridget Macron is. Like YouTube pundit. Let's see here. Candace Owens got fired by Ben Shapiro for not being into the Gaza war and shit. Yeah, I remember her. Let me see here.
Little Benny Shapiro.
Not stay tuned since I dropped it. So okay, that's like Macron's the president of France's wife. Okay, shit. Damn it. This thing will not tune tonight.
Georgia, Georgia, whole day through, sweet old song, Georgia on my mind. said, Georgia, Georgia, song of you comes as sweet and clear, moonlight through the pine. For their arms reach out to me, for their eyes smile tenderly, still in peaceful dreams I see. Road leads back to you. I said, Georgia, Georgia, no peace I find. It's an old sweet song, keeps Georgia on my mind. For the arms reach out to me, for those eyes smile tenderly, still in peaceful dreams I see. The road leads back to you. Oh yeah, Georgia, Georgia, no peace I find. It's an old sweet song, keeps Georgia on my mind. It's an old sweet song, keeps Georgia on my mind. Georgia on My Mind by Ray Charles, originally done back in the 20s actually by somebody else. And yeah, I had to learn that one the other day for a party. It was like a specially requested and stuff. So might as well play it, right? Just called me up like, hey, learn Georgia on My Mind and play it at the fucking party. Like, okay, like no band practice, you know. Mallory says, while I was on furlough, I went up to the Pikes Peak area in Colorado. Now I want to move and just trout fish. That sounds like a cool-ass place. Yeah, the mountains of Colorado and shit. Christy Bush says, and a huge pastor and Woodstock rider her in. Woodstock ride her in. YouTuber says, good too, man. Appreciate that. Ron says, my last name is Phillips. It's a Welsh name. It means horse lover. Horses and me have a special connection. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. You know, comes from, you know, Philip of Macedon, Alexander's father. And this Greek for horse lover, but it's a Welsh name. Ron says, it was deadly, man. Appreciate that. Dennis Troy says, Georgia, yes. YouTuber says, Ray Charles was a true OG. Yeah. Guy was a genius. They called him the genius because he was a fucking genius. But pretty much any cover he did of somebody else's song, he made better. Like he even did Beatles songs better than the fucking Beatles. Mallory says, sounds wonderful, Christy. YouTuber says, bring out the good stuff. Lord, gotta let it flow. Talking about some of my song lyrics there. Christy Bush says, if I'm typing that badly, I'm going to bed. Ron says, sounds great, Christy.
Andrew says, wouldn't Phil be from Greek origin, like King Philip of Macedonia? Yeah, right. Yeah. So, yeah, the Welsh name Phillips comes from Philip of Macedon, who would be, you know, Alexander the Great's father. A lot of Celtic tribes, like back in the day, like believed that they were descended from some of these old Greek heroes and stuff. And yeah, like Phil Hip in Greece means lover of horses. Yak Fishing says, good fishing in Chattanooga, Christy. Plenty of nice camping space too. Yeah, I've been to Chattanooga a few times. Played a wedding up there a couple of years ago. They paid us $1,200. We drove up there 5.5 hours, played 45 minutes, we got paid $1,200 and came home. Yeah, Chattanooga. YouTuber says, bring me the good shit. Ron says, it's complicated, LOL. Christy Bush says, yeah, my granddaddy used to take us fishing a lot. Mark says, love Ray's yesterday. He did a good version of Let It Be, too. Can't beat a fucking Ray Charles cover of somebody's song. Christy Bush says, fuck yeah, Ed. I think Ray Charles kind of invented the like that vocal style that got popular in the 90s, you know, like Christy Bush says, good night, y'all. Will you have a good night, Christy? Andrew says, believe it or not, I have Phillips in my ancestry, but from more north. Oh, okay. Yeah, cool. Yeah, IB's a Phillips. Then my mother's side's Ryan, so that's an Irish name. But genetically, like my sister took a DNA test, and it turns out we're mostly about 80% fucking English. YouTuber says, it always brings the good stuff. Legend, I appreciate that. Christy says, I'll be listening and dreaming of the blues. You have a good one, Christy. Yeah, beer here. Maury says, if I didn't type badly and misspell stuff, I wouldn't type at all, Christy. Yeah, me like doing typos like cost me like a couple $100. Like I made a bunch of copies of this CD right here, and put a typo in the fucking inside cover, and like had to do away with like a big box full of them. YouTuber says, did you hear about the tsunami warning? I heard about that. I don't know if it came of anything, like at least in this country. I haven't seen much of the news on it. It's like some kind of big earthquake near like eastern Russia, and it caused a tsunami warning like all over the Pacific, Andrew says, yeah, I'm like 40% English, Danish, Somerset, etc., but some Welsh and Scottish. And I ended up like with a bunch of English and and some Scottish and Irish and Welsh. Very British, like my genetics is like solid fucking British. Which, I mean, that's pretty good for my plans for taking over the fucking world. They were pretty good at that. YouTuber says they're testing all those crazy weapons in the ocean. Possibly, it might be. Mass Mofo says I miss smell a lot. You get the coof? Like lose your sense of smell and stuff? Ken Gray says only 3 or 4 foot waves here in Northern California. Yeah, I believe like most of the tsunami warnings have been lifted, like in Hawaii and the West Coast and stuff like that. Don't know what it did in Japan and like, you know, that part of the world. Ron says, mine is Welsh and Norwegian. I did a genetics test and it said the Welsh side was mixed with some Irish. They also said there is ancient Egyptian blood in my family. Crazy. God, that's pretty cool. Damn. It is like that. My shit was just very, very Celtic and Saxon and stuff like. Or my sister's shit, like, you know, so same thing. YouTuber says I'm 110% Americana. Yeah, like my ancestors have lived here long enough. Like we're basically like Americans. You know, almost 300 fucking years. Like both sides of my family been here. Like since colonial times. Andrew says mostly Russia with a little Hawaii, but a volcano in Kamchatka started spewing lava. Yeah. Frank Morgendorfer says, let's see, Ray V and 4 Irish grandparents. Let's see, Mass Mofo says, they said the earthquake was close to a Russian submarine port or something. Sounds fishy. Could have been testing some, you know, nuclear crap or something. Who knows? But I mean, yeah, like a damn 8.1 magnitude earthquake. Like it'd have to be a big fucking bomb. YouTuber says nuclear torpedo test. YouTuber says 50 megatons. That'd be a pretty big one. Andrew says, haha, but nothing odd about earthquakes in the area over to Alaska. YouTuber says Tsar torpedo bomb, talking about the Tsar bomber. Ron says my ancestors made North America home 6 generations ago. So I know my mother's side goes back to the 1740s. My dad's side like goes back to sometime in the 1700s. Stayed in this area too, like just around this area. Got like Revolutionary War ancestors in the family and all that. And some very naughty like Civil War veterans who fought for the the side that lost. Shit. And Ron says same here. Mallory says that earthquake actually showed up on our seismograph in Kansas. So see, I can't spell, he says. That's pretty crazy. Yeah, 8.1, that's a pretty big earthquake. I don't know if y'all remember this, but probably about 15 or 20 years ago, there was a huge earthquake in Sichuan province in China. Like, it's all over the news. Like, it was a big ass earthquake, like on CNN and stuff. And my wife was in the middle of that. Like, she was in a library in Sichuan, and she said the damn bookshelves were rocking back and forth. She thought she was going to get crushed by a bookshelf and killed and shit. I remember that stuff, like being on the news. Andrew says, I can follow back to the beginnings of Massachusetts and New Hampshire, 1540 or so to be exact. God damn, that's a long ass time. That'd be like when the Spanish were over here, though, right? Like 1540? You mean like 1640? Martian Murray says, thought it was closer to 9, like 8.8. It might have been. I'd heard it was 8 something. YouTuber says, Sichuan food is good. Yeah, I had to make a lot of it. And I'm not like a heavy spice type of guy either. But I got used to it. Rodney says, how about Rico McFarland? I have to look his stuff up. YouTuber says, you guys remember the Japanese tsunami? Yeah, that was crazy. Yeah, the Fukushima and all that stuff. YouTuber says, annihilated everything. YouTuber says, when I eat spicy, good going to the bathroom burns. Yeah. If it burns going in, it's going to burn coming out. Ron says, our family split in half, and the ones that stayed in the USA were lost to history. So it's like probably a loyalist versus like revolutionary, like patriot type thing, I guess, like during the war. Frank says 8.1 will put you on your ass. Anything over 6 is scary. It's a log, so like, yeah, it's logarithmic, right? Yeah. Martian Murray says ice cream helps to burn. Yeah, they actually serve ice cream at Sichuan restaurants in China. Like you can eat that shit and like kind of cool off, you know. Ron says about 1850s. Ken Gray says, ever hear the band King from Scotland? I don't think I know them. Andrew says, can't remember right now. You might be right. It was English, though, or Dutch or French in that area. Rodney says, you've been to the Delta Blues Fest in Clarksdale? No, I've been to Clarksdale, but haven't been to the festival. I played at Ground Zero. Do a little bit of blues here. Oh, yeah. Find me a thumb pick here. And a slide. Guitar Rag, the first slide blues song ever recorded, sometime in the early 1920s, by Sylvester Weaver. Put my air back on here. Frank says, great road trip music. I miss America. Mari says, my great-great-great-grandfather was a Patriot Guard at the signing of the Declaration of Independence. That's pretty damn cool shit. Christy Bush says, beautiful, Ed. Appreciate that. Mari says, may have been another great in there. Ron says, awesome. Appreciate it. So I've got like a great uncle. Like it was like a, you know, kind of locally famous here in South Carolina for stuff he did during the Revolutionary War. It could have been like a partial basis for the character of Mel Gibson in The Patriot. Of course, he was mostly based on Francis Marion, but yeah, a guy named John Ryan. He basically got like 50 of his friends together and attacked a British baggage train and stole a bunch of rum from them and got drunk and then got captured and put on a prison ship in Charleston. Nas Mofo says, do you ever use anything like a finger ease spray? Never tried that. Could use some new strings though. That guitar's got dead ass strings on it. Ron says, well, that's cool. The Patriot movie with Mel Gibson was kind of funny. Like, it takes place in South Carolina, and it's the most like anti-British film like ever made. Like they kind of make the British out to be like Nazis or something. Shot, y'all. Bite some skin off my finger. Like I'm having a little trouble today. Like I've lost a fingernail on this finger, and like fucking up my playing a little bit. Ron says, "You bet." What do we have here? Let's pull out the bad shit. We'll do the Battle of the White Liquors here. All right, we got some London Beefeater gin, and we got the bad shit here. Got the corn liquor. The Sugarland Shine Mountain Legacy Corn Whiskey is 60% alcohol. Y'all tell me, corn or gin? When the fucking corn liquor comes out, it's all downhill. Frank Morgendorfer says the bad shit. Ron says shine. Mass Mofo says shine. Looks like the corn liquor might win. Get them votes in, y'all. Your vote counts. My great uncle shot a bunch of people so you could vote. So YouTuber says, do you distill your own shine? I used to. like with my dad when I was younger, you know, in the game of Minecraft. I used to make some moonshine. Yeah. He says corn. Andrew says try the corn. I know what the gin probably tastes like. Steven says shine. YouTuber says some good old corn shine. All right. I guess we'll drink the corn liquor. Before I do that, y'all give me 1 second. I'm going to step outside and take care of some man business, and I'll be right back. Alrighty. Oh yeah, brother. Wait till this corn liquor runs wild on you. Mass Mofo says, I feel like having a shot of shine is sufficient. Yep. More than sufficient. Man. All right, here we go. The Sugarland Shine corn liquor. Cheers. Kim Pie, saludos, Lakayam, Slantia, all that good stuff. Drink up, eh? How to make the corn liquor face. Yeah. Gator Guitar says, what is your most expensive guitar pedal? I couldn't even tell you. Like, it's been so long since I bought some of these, and some of these were given to me. But I can show you what I have down here. It's not all the pedals I have. Got some in the storeroom in the house, but see if I can lift this thing up here. I can show you what I have, and y'all can figure it out. So right here we got a Morley Bad Horsey 2. That's Steve Vai's wah-wah pedal, I believe. Down here we got a MXR compressor. That's an old-fashioned pedal, you know, like a 1970s compressor pedal used on a lot of country records. Dan Electro Univibe right here. That's probably a cheap one there. This is a Boss Blues driver, a Boss chorus pedal, and a delay pedal. It's called a two-timer. And in the house I got a fuzz face and a big muff and a few things like that. Now I got to hook them back up. Ron says, appreciate showing the gear. Gee, I was never one to buy like the most expensive thing I could find, you know, like, oh, there's a fucking $3,000 distortion pedal, gotta have that, man. So I don't really have any idea like what would be the most expensive one on that board, like probably the Morley. Andrew says, oh wow, Boss Chorus and Bad Horsey must be some of the best. I do like some Boss pedals. Gator says, I was thinking the Waza BD2, yeah, the Japanese mod blues driver, yeah, that might be pretty expensive, yeah. That was given to me, by the way. But I had a regular blues driver, and I had that one, the Waza mod, and I liked the Waza mod better, so I gave the regular one to my daughter. And so, yeah. Andrew says, oh, that song Bad Horsey must showcase that pedal. Yeah, it might. Was that a Steve Vai song? And I believe that's his deal there. I got a Vox wah in the house, like the pot's like gone out on it. I got a Dimebag Daryl wah-wah pedal, like, and don't listen to Pantera whatsoever. But that's a very good wah-wah pedal. Ron says, hey Etta, what do you think of Diary of a Madman, specifically the intro? I think it's got to be the best intro to in my book. That was a pretty good record. Like I was never like a huge listener of Ozzy's solo stuff. I'm a Black Sabbath guy, like the first 4 or 5 albums of Sabbath. I used to have a copy of No Rest for the Wicked. Like I had that on tape, like on cassette tape, and I had a record of Ultimate Sin. Did I ever have a copy of Diary of a Madman? Like I think I might have had a tape of it, like when I was a kid and stuff. That was still Randy Rhoads, wasn't it? Like Diary of a Madman, yeah. Like when he was still alive. Andrew says, yeah, Gator Guitar says, I love my pedals. I just got the Mythos Chupacabra. Sounds like ZZ Top. Cool. Magnetic Connection says, I've got an oldie but goodie, new wah fuzz. So it's like a wah-wah pedal with fuzz on it. Ron says, yes, okay, that was a Randy Rhoads record, yeah, Diary of a Madman. Andrew says, I learned that a long time ago, or actually smooths it off a friend. Let them do all the work. Magnetic says, yes, made early 70s. Oh, okay, cool. And I wish I had like an original Univibe. That'd be awesome. Probably cost like a fucking $1 million. Man, come to think of it, you know what? There's only one pedal on that board I paid for. that MXR compressor. Everything on there like was given to me by somebody. Like, you want this shit? Take it. Magnetic says, in a Morley Power Fuzz Wah from 1979. That sounds cool as hell. Ron says, the old man really turned you into something good there with Black Sabbath breaking their own way through the metal scene while they invented it along the way. Yeah. I mean, you know, Black Sabbath, like, for their time, was so fucking over the top and ridiculous. Like, you can't not like them. I mean, you know, going back to like what 1969, 1970 they came out. When you got like, all you need is love and all that stuff. And they come out with fucking, like, what is this that stands before me? Like, it just a crazy fucking idea they had back then, you know. Ron says, pushing boundaries, creating magic. I mean, yeah, Black Sabbath, man, like, one of the greatest bands of all fucking time. Frank Morgendorfer says, never got Sabbath, just never clicked. The music taste can be unpredictable. I mean, you got to appreciate them for how ballsy they were for their time. Ken Gray says, start of metal. Yeah, I do believe that Black Sabbath invented heavy metal. Robert Plant can fucking talk all the shit he wants, like fuck him. Herman Crabtree says, just tuned in and you talking Sabbath. I love the hat, reminds me of my paw. Yeah, got the pimp hat here. You never heard those Robert Plant quotes? Like, he said, oh no, I believe that fucking Black Sabbath like influenced grunge and stuff, but they never influenced any metal. That was us, like Led Zeppelin. Gator Guitar says, I thought Helter Skelter was the first metal song. That's a good candidate. Yeah, the Beatles' Helter Skelter on the White Album. I mean, kind of in retrospect, it probably was the first metal song. Black Sabbath was the first dedicated metal band that gave birth to metal. But kind of looking back in retrospect, Helter Skelter might be considered a candidate for the first metal song. Ron Swanson says, Ozzy had a genius side to him, incomprehensible talent for songwriting. Yeah, he could fucking write. I mean, the guy was barely sentient and stuff, but he could do some badass music. Ozzy comes off to me as a guy who on paper, in theory, should have probably not been successful, but he just kind of tripped and fell into gold mines over and over again. And he did have a good ear for music though. But he was a guy who didn't give a fuck about much of anything. Magnetic says Rumble by Link Ray was metal. That's kind of an early hard rock song there, yeah. Ogma says MC5 were fucking heavy. Yeah, that's kind of proto-punk, MC5. Morgendorfer says a Plant was a fellow black country guy like Ozzy, jealous maybe from Bob. Yeah, I mean, the Robert Plant, kind of known to be a shit talker and stuff, from time to time. Herman Crabtree says, honestly, aside from a few songs, the Zepp was kind of boring. Black Sabbath was the go-to for rock. Ron says, Sabbatism. Yeah, about the second or third album I ever got was a Black Sabbath record. It was Master of Reality, one of the best records ever made. The voice on Ozzy was incredible. He had a voice like no other. I mean, as far as just being very distinctive and stuff. Nobody sounds like that guy. Andrew says, seems like Sabbath was a three-way writing situation approximately because the vocals intertwined with the guitar riffs. I believe for Sabbath, Geezer Butler wrote most of the lyrics. But didn't Ozzy write most of his solo stuff? I think he did, Crazy Train, all that stuff. You know, yeah, like even though I'm a Black Sabbath guy, like I don't like don't own a lot of Ozzy's solo stuff. Like he wrote some very, very good songs like in his solo career, and I believe he wrote that stuff. You know, correct me if I'm wrong. Like I'm, you know. Ron says, wasn't until I heard Paranoid that I really got it. Well, yeah, like as far as like historical importance, like Paranoid, probably their most historically important record, if you don't count maybe possibly their first record, like that one's pretty historically important for the genre of metal. Ron says, I love his solo work as well, amazing songwriting. Yeah, I told the story before on here. I told it last week when Ozzy died. My dad like heard the cassette tape copy of And Justice for All by Metallica that I had, and he was like, that fucking shit sucks. Like, he was a 70s guy. He kind of hated thrash metal. He's like, fucking beating and banging, boy. You need to hear a real fucking band. He gave me a copy of Master of Reality, so probably my second rock record. And yeah, I was sold after that. Kalashnikov Vladimir Vitelevich, he writes me some Cyrillic there. I can't really read it, but how you doing, man? Hello. Andrew says, it seems you can approximate a univibe like an Electro-Harmonix Good Vibes or Earthquaker device like the Depths. I mean, that fucking Dan Electro pedal there sounds pretty good, but I'd like to have like an original univibe. Herman Crabtree sounds, he says, off topic, but I've seen the vid of you making a guitar slide from a bottle and a tried and failed. Any good slides to buy? You know, just I'd say get a metal one myself. Like I prefer metal. Have it fitted like so it fits on your finger, like on this first joint here, like it like comes tight to the first joint. That's good to have. Tony Gordon says, hey Ed, how's it going? What's up, man? How you doing? Fella I went to high school with. Ron says, did this happen? Not sure what you mean, Ron. Yeah, Tony, we're just sitting here having some shots, you know, talking about Ozzy and Hulk and all that stuff. Oscar Paul says, hi Ed, what's up, man? Tony Gordon says, I'm keeping busy. Kids went back to school this week. I bet you're happy about that. Damn, they fucking went to school around here like a few weeks ago. Ogma says, the Russian translates to hello, Edward. Good to hear you and see you again. Oh, okay, cool. Ron says, head exploding. Tony says, I took my kids to their first concert, My Chemical Romance. It was pretty good. I don't know too much of their music. My first concert was a damn Yankees concert. Like with the damn Ted Nugent and Tommy Shaw and shit. I've heard of My Chemical Romance, like, but don't really know much of their stuff, though. But pretty good to take your kids to concerts. Like, you know, my dad taking me to concerts, like, it definitely helped my interest in music. Mass Mofo says, why you no eat on here? I mean, it's a TV show, you know. I mean, I have, like, gotten paid to eat, like, 1,000-year Chinese eggs on here and stuff. Mass Mofo says, what's your favorite foods? I tend to like European stuff, like French and Italian and Greek and things like that. You know, carbonara, you know. Tony says, they did a cover of the Smashing Pumpkins, Bullet with Butterflies. Oh, that's cool. Yeah. Well, what was their hit? I believe they had a pretty big hit, like maybe 20 years ago or so. Herman says, my first was Reverend Horton Heat and ZZ Top, Rattled My Bones. That would have been a cool-ass concert right there. Magnetic says, my first concert was November 10th, 1970, Elvis at the Oakland Coliseum. Damn, that's fucking cool, seeing Elvis. Shit. Mass Mofo says frog legs. I've had frog legs. Like, they do kind of taste like chicken, like a little fishy though. Don't like them though because they don't have the skin component that chicken has. Like, chicken has skin on it. The fucking skin is the best part. And frog legs don't have that. Tony says, from Smashing Pumpkins or My Chemical Romance? My Chemical Romance. Like, what was their big hit? Magnetic says, still have the ticket stub. Mass Mofo says, Smashing Pumpkins was cool. That's a pretty good band. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you know, old Billy Corgan owns NWA now. NWA Wrestling. Oscar Paul says, Ed, can you please play Baby Please Don't Go by Lightning Hopkins? I can do Baby Please Don't Go. Yeah. All right. Tony says Black Parade. I have to look that one up. I probably heard it. I could do some version of Baby Please Don't Go. Might not be Lightning Hopkins' version, but Tony Gordon says they played the whole Black Parade album like a show. Oh, okay, cool. Luigi Calzone says, great stuff as always. I appreciate that very much, man. Let's do some Baby Please Don't Go. Some old blues here. Where's my slide? Let me remind y'all folks, y'all are feeling generous. Y'all want to tip me, like, you know, the $ sign at the bottom of the chat there. Super chats are much appreciated. Kind of busking here, so y'all want to show me some love, like, go for it.
Baby, please don't go. Baby, please don't go down to New Orleans. You know I love you so. Turn your lamp down low. Turn your lamp down low. Turn your lamp down low. The baby water alone. Baby, shack it home. No, your man done gone. No, your man done gone. No, your man done gone down the country farm where the shack goes on. Turn your lamp down low. Turn your lamp down low. Turn your lamp down low, and the baby all night long, the baby wall to wall. Baby, please don't go. Baby, please don't go. Baby, please don't go down to New Orleans. You know I love you so. Okay, I did that whole song with a string missing. my fucking G string popped out of the bridge. That's what she said. Andrew sends me $5. I appreciate that, man. Thank you for that super chat. Super chats are the life of the show. And he sends a sticker that says incredible. Thank you, man. Oscar Paul says, thanks, Ed. You're welcome, dude. Ogma says, do you know My Friend by Hendrix Ed? Have to learn that one. Don't know that one. I've heard it. Like Mass Mofo says, I can't believe NWA is still a thing. Was the best wrestling Road Warriors, freaking Four Horsemen, and Dusty Rhodes was good. Yeah, Billy Corgan owns it now. Kind of like an indie promotion now. Ron says, hell yeah. Appreciate it. Martian Murray says, hi. Lisa Kozik says, my first rock concert was Steppenwolf in 1975. I saw the Smashing Pumpkins in Chicago. They were promoting their first LP. That's cool. That's cool. There's 16 people left in here. Goddamn. 19 now. My damn, like, fingers catching the fucking strings on that thing. Like I lost a fingernail on that finger. I broke a nail. Ron says, that was a groove, brother. Appreciate that, brother. Since we're talking about Hulk Hogan tonight. Brother. Oh, got 25 people now. Find me a lighter here. Ron says, maybe that's where I get it from. But yeah, folks, if you're just joining us, yeah, you know, we're doing some blues music, and
We're about to do a racist sex tape in honor of Hulk Hogan. I'm gonna bend over my Asian wife and be like, "Yeah, you can't even fucking drive, bitch." Yeah. Me and my fucking bad sense of humor. What y'all got for me? Talk to me, people. Frank says, is that on Patreon? Talk about the song you hear on the background there. I've got like a free version of "Baby Please Don't Go" on the YouTube channel. But yeah, the background music here, you can download that on Patreon. Mass Mofo says, the finger ease spray stuff might help your fingers. I think it's basically furniture polish. I've seen that stuff before. It's kind of like some kind of grease, right? Basil Tiffany says, ever gotten a perm? No, but people with hair like me do the opposite. We get like, relaxers, like straighteners and stuff. I've had like relaxers put in my hair before. It kind of like burns your hair into submission, and it's like straight for about 2 weeks. Ogma says, 5 a.m. here, gonna grab some Z's. Good night, rock on. Well, you have a good one, Ogma. I also own a flat iron, like, one of the hot fucking irons that like straightens your hair. Can't do it in this weather, like you sweat like a little bit, it fucking curls back up. Lisa says, I'd leave your hair be, like it's you. Yeah, I do straighten it sometimes. Like cold weather, it can't be humid, it can't be hot. So, this time of year, I just kind of let it hang out. She says, it's great. I appreciate that. Basil Tiffany says, how humid is it there? It's pretty humid all the time here in South Carolina. I'm not sure what the humidity today is. Ken Gray says, I think Thailand would be a fun place to visit. Probably, we got Frank Morgendorfer in the house. He's in Thailand. He can probably tell you a lot about it. We restart the background music there. Basil says, I eased up a bit here in Chicago. I think it's going to be like in the 80s next week here, so that's pretty cool. We were like hitting 100 Fahrenheit here like past few days. Ogma says, best hair west of the Atlantic. Yeah, got too much of it. Basil says Thailand. Frank says, the land of smiles with a psychotic underbelly, talking about Thailand. He stays over there. Good food. Andrew says, I've been to Thailand and surrounding area a few times. Martian Murray says, we're about to hit our stretch of 100 here. It was a good run in the 90s. For some weird reason, it's going to be like in the 80s, sometime next week, I think. Which is kind of weird for here this time of year. It's usually like in the 90s all the damn time. had to play in that stuff too. Like, goddamn, like all the fucking gigs I have during the summer, like for some reason, are outdoors, and it always sucks. You know, dressed in like full battle rattle, like this stuff here. You know, hot as hell. Andrew says, one of my favorite places. I've been feeling like about to go, but there's all of a sudden a fucking war going on. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, Thailand and Cambodia been going at it for some reason, like a border dispute or something like that. Ron says, must be brutal. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Time goes too fast when you're trying to say goodbye.
I probably had like 2 indoor gigs in the past couple of months. Like everything else like been outdoors. Fucking 100-degree heat.
It could be time if you try.
And you got hair like this and a hat, you know, sucks.
It'll take away everything that you ever own. Your health and your life. It'll break it down to the bone.
Like last gig I wore like a short sleeve Hawaiian shirt. That kind of helped.
Nobody wants that.
But yeah, the last gig we did, like last Saturday, like a rich people party at a house built in the 1780s. Like, crazy gig there, like, yeah. Fun though. Illinois Observer says, thanks for having, bro. Well, hey, you're welcome, man. Martian Murray says, must be nice nice house to last this long. Yeah, pretty good house. I mean, you're just like an old rich people party. Got paid pretty handsomely. Like, been doing some pretty lucrative gigs lately, actually. Had a dry spell there for like a few months, and doing pretty good now with the gigs. Lisa says they had good taste in getting you. It was like me and Josh, like that band. They had seen us playing in Edgefield at Christine's. Ken Gray says lots of bars that have live music in Thailand. Cool. That's pretty cool. Frank Morgendorfer says that the fighting is very localized and flares up every 5 years or so. I live on an island with 50-50 Thais, Cambodians, just peaceful here. So it's kind of like along the border and shit. Ron says, right on.
She's seen me out walking the streets with a low down hussy that I just don't need. I come home. Lord, she's burning mad.
So you're not getting like carpet bombed by Henry Kissinger and shit, like where you're at. It's about time for a shot, I think. Oscar Paul sends me a pink poop. Didn't know such a thing existed.
Lost all my money playing craps. Now I'm so broke I'll be begging for scraps. I come home. Now she's burning mad.
Illinois Observer says, thanks for having me, bro. I agree. Okay, let's kind of lighten it up a little bit from the moonshine that I drank last shot. Let's see here. we got here? Would love to have a glass of absinthe, but I ain't got no cold water. Frank says, very close to Cambodia, Ko Chang, aka Elephant Island. Elephant Island. That sounds pretty cool. YouTuber says, hey Ed, what's the country pedal you said you got? It is a MXR, like a Dynacomp. It's a compression pedal. Like it did like any fucking like 1970s country record you heard, you know, like Waylon and all that stuff. Like got those on there, like compressing the fucking Telecasters they were playing. He says MXR, nice. All right, let's see here. We got the Beefeater from London here, the Beefeater Gin. And we got the Jameson's Irish Whiskey. Y'all tell me, Irish or gin? Oscar says mix. And while y'all vote, I'm going to step outside real quick, take care of some man business. Beer's kind of running through me. Be right back. Okay, let's see. Oscar Paul says Beefeater. YouTuber says gin. Lisa says Irish. Mass says that PRS sounded good. That's a good guitar. He says Irish. Frank says Aaron's Dew. Does that mean Irish? Mass Mofo says, is that what it's called, a PRS? Yeah, Paul Reed Smith. But this particular one is called a SE Custom. You can see that on the headstock there. What's the tally here? Let's see. You got gin, Irish. Got a vote for gin from Ron, so gin winning by 1 vote. PTL Motorsports says, if money was no object, dream guitar or gear you'd buy, maybe a Birdland, just so I could like pretend to be Ted Nugent. Like a Gibson Birdland. Ron says, why did the rooster wear his underwear on his head? He was trying to cover up his pecker. Fucking boomer jokes there. Shit. Illinois Observer says Irish, only because I want to stay here longer. Okay, I think we got a tie now. Next vote breaks the tie. Somebody give me a vote. Gin or Irish? Somebody give me a vote. Mass Mofo says Irish. Okay, Irish whiskey. He says, I voted twice. You cheated. Come on. Now, Thomas Newberry comes in with Irish. Okay, so he breaks the tie. All right. Mass Mofo says, smiles. All right, brother. Here we go. L'chaim, cheers, Kim Pie, saludos, skull, prost, slantia, right down the hatch. Love me some fucking Jamesons. That's a good whiskey for the price, like 30 bucks around here. And Val says, salute. Hard to beat that fucking that Jameson's for like 30 bucks. Oscar sends me a bunch of gold medals. Can't keep my fucking shirt sleeves rolled up. Damn it. On this goddamn like outdated like 1960s paisley shirt. Ron says, I agree. I've got like a whole collection of paisley shirts. I don't know why. I guess I like psychedelic rock so much. Ron says, solid choice for the money. Yeah, talk about the Jamesons there. What are you drinking tonight, Ron? You know, like everybody in here who's drinking, tell me what you're drinking or smoking. Frank Morgendorfer says, same price in Thailand for the Jamesons. Ron says, Jameson. Oscar Paul says, did you know Brad Paisley is a Freemason? I did not know that. He had one song I liked called Alcohol, like back in the day. YouTuber says, I'm smoking cannabis. Martian Murray says, Captain Morgan. What I got down? That's the Bacardi I got down there. Yeah, I don't drink a lot of rum. I use it for mixed drinks. Mark says, coffee, 2:22 p.m. and I'm working. Mass Mofo says, Jack and Coke and BS store weed. Jack and Coke, Lemmy guy, huh? Thomas Newberry says, Australian's best stout here. Ooh, I'd like to try that shit. With some stout from Australia, I'd love to try that. Oscar says, old German lager, that sounds cool too. Martian Murray says, rum and Coke is my go-to since my Navy days. Yeah, I got a couple bottles of rum down here. This will kind of tell you how much I like rum. I've had these since March. Like I bought these for fucking Mardi Gras. Like, and I haven't drank them all yet. I was making hurricanes out of them. Val says in Brazil it's 1:14 a.m. Okay, yes, so I'm like an hour behind you. I'm 12:14 a.m. here. So you must be on like the east coast of Brazil. Frank says, ever try Lao Khao, like shine or yadong, shine with herbs, about 50 cents a shot, brutal hangovers. Sounds like it's probably like this Chinese stuff I have here. Like, well, it's empty, but this is fucked up fucking Chinese hooch here. Kind of tastes like moonshine, brutal hangover, like kind of like moonshine from a fucking radiator or something.
See all of my good friends. And the gal that I left alone.
It's called Baijiu. That's Chinese liquor, Baijiu. Frank says that's it. Yeah, that's a rank tasting shit. Give me another beer here. Victor says Soul Shine, Allman Brothers. Don't know that one. I know the song, but I don't know how to play it. I believe I saw a Government Mule play it one time, like when they opened for the Allman Brothers. Mass Mofo says made by a Jew. no, it's called Baiju, like Baiju, Baiju. I did have a Jewish beer one time called. It was actually called Hebrew. You get it, like Hebrew. Victor says, with Ruthie Foster with Government Mule was epic. Yeah, that was about 12 years old. I saw the Allman Brothers, Government Mule, like opened, with like Warren Haynes and shit. And I had just seen AC/DC like a few weeks before that. And so I was not impressed by the fucking Allman Brothers, like to say the least. Oscar Paul says, cheers, Edward. Mofo says, smiles. Val says, you drunk? I remember the Doors Alabama song, Whiskey Bar. Okay. Oh, yeah, that was a good song, like, off their first album. Wish I knew it. Got a buzz. I'm not like drunk, but I'm kind of starting to stutter a little bit. Like I fucking stutter when I drink. Stuttering, bullshitting, and drinking. What y'all got for me? Talk to me, people. Victor says, snorting whiskey, drinking cocaine. That is a song by Pat Travers, a Canadian blues rock artist. I used to play that one. I kind of forgot it. Val says, sorry, my English is... He says, is drinking and not drunk. yeah, I'm drinking. He says, sorry. Oh, that's okay, man. Oscar Paul says, what is your favorite Rolling Stones song, Ed? Now, I'm a Beatles guy, but my favorite Stones song probably... either like Ruby Tuesday or Jumpin' Jack Flash, like one of those. Mofo says, stutter on that PRS some more. That guitar sounds great tonight. Alright, just a second, I'll play some. Val says, Stones, you gotta move. Yeah, there's a good one. It's an old spiritual song, like from way back in the day. Victor says, I play as a Beatles friend. Oh, okay. I can do some Beatles. What's a good Beatles song? ZB says, Give Me Shelter, like his favorite Stone song. Ron says, what's worse, Billy Ray Cyrus or Celine Dion? Oh, God. I'm going to have to say Celine Dion. I had to hear Celine Dion and Enya in art class all day in high school. It was like torture. Like, I could probably deal with Achy Breaky Heart, you know. Yeah, Celine Dion, yeah, fuck her. Mass Mofo says, did Ozzy ever cover the Beatles? I believe he did. I believe he did a couple Beatles songs. He was a big Beatles fan, had the biggest collection of Beatles memorabilia in history. Mark says a Celine Billy duo. ZB says Billy Ray, but it's close. Ron says Blackbird. Victor says Blackbird. Okay, we'll play some Blackbird. We'll find out how drunk I am. Like playing that fucking hard ass song.
Blackbird singing in the dead of night. Take these broken wings and learn to fly. All your life, you were only waiting for this moment to arrive. Blackbird singing in the dead of night. Take these sunken eyes and learn to see. All your life, waiting for this moment to be free. You were only waiting for this moment to be free. Blackbird fly, blackbird fly into the light of a dark black night. Blackbird fly, blackbird fly into the light of a dark black night. Blackbird singing in the dead of night. Take these broken wings and learn to fly. All your life, you were only waiting for this moment to arrive. You were only waiting for this moment to arise. It's a Blackbird off the White Album, probably Paul McCartney's best song ever. Victor Swinson sends me $5. Thank you very much for that, man. Super chats are the life of this show. I appreciate that a lot, man. YouTuber says, I never got into the Beatles. Get into them. Goddamn. Probably 100 years from now, like the Beatles will probably be the one band from the 20th century that's like still remembered and shit. Mass Mofo says it reminds me of Bob Dylan for some reason. Might have been influenced by him. I don't know. Paul McCartney says it was kind of influenced by Bach, actually. Val says that the version in Woodstock is best. Crosby, Stills, and Nash. I didn't know they played that. They played Blackbird at Woodstock. Ron says, thanks, Ed.
You're welcome. YouTuber says the Beastie Boys are better. Shit. Tristan says the alternate universe of this song is Black Bean passing in gas in the bed at night. Right. Victor says Michelle. Oh fuck, I can't remember Michelle. Like that's a fucked up one there. Kind of a difficult one. Frank says there's footage on YouTube of Ozzy meeting Macca. Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah, meeting Paul McCartney. Yeah, Ozzy is starstruck fan, kind of cute. Yeah, so he comes in the room and McCartney's like, "Wait, who the fuck let him in here?" And Ozzy comes up and hugs him and says, "Hey man, you're the fucking reason that I fucking got into music, man. It's my life's mission to fucking meet you." You know, like Ozzy's, you know, he's fucking shitting himself. And like Paul's like, "Well, yeah, thanks, man." You know. Victor says, "You are authentic, Ed. I appreciate that." YouTuber says, "Give it a whirl." And Val says, "Bob Dylan Tambourine Man in '64 live is great." Oh yeah. Love Bob Dylan. I seen him one time in Augusta. Victor says, "Now play If You Want Blood, You Got It" by AC/DC. Lyrics, I don't know the fucking words. YouTuber says, "Ozzy was epic." He says, Sharon. Val says, "Ozzy's crazy, man." Yeah, he kind of was crazy. That's what made him good. But yeah, like if you're not like a long time fan of the show, I'll tell you, like the Beatles are like my pagan gods. I fucking love the Beatles. Ron says, "Love the guy, old Ozzy." Yeah, I love Ozzy too. Been a Black Sabbath fan like most of my life. Never got to see Ozzy. Kind of sucks. Like, saw Paul, saw Bob Dylan, saw Clapton, but a lot of people like that never got to see Ozzy. But yeah, Ron said he hates Billy Ray Cyrus more. I mean, not Celine Dion like all day. I fucking hate Celine Dion more. Now, I think of Billy Ray Cyrus as like some kind of like weird performance artist, like Andy Kaufman or something. Like I believe like one day like he's gonna be on the fucking Actors Studio like doing a fucking interview. It's like, yeah, yes, the character of Billy Ray Cyrus I kind of made up like to troll people and stuff. I think he's kind of funny and stuff. Like Celine Dion, like just total suck. Frank says, you think there's anything in the Macca was replaced idea? Can't see it myself. Nah. Like if Paul had died and they replaced him with somebody, they wouldn't have come up with like Sergeant Pepper and Revolver and like all that good stuff. That fucking songwriting momentum wouldn't have lasted. Frank says exactly a one-off, right? Tristan says, "Were you able to are you able to play Stevie Ray Vaughan? I saw him about 83 in a smaller venue. He and his band slayed us all. Like, never saw him. No, I was too young. He died like what 1989 or 1990, something like that. Yeah, I would have been too young to see him. My first rock concert was fucking Damn Yankees. See, I was born 83. Ron says, "Oh, good one." Val says, "I don't understand 90% of what you in the chat say, but I understand when you sing, music has no language, it has feeling." That's correct. Yeah, that's right. Victor says, "83, where at in Waco?" Waco's a cool town. Like, nothing fucked up ever happened there. Victor says, "Armpit of Texas." I fucking remember the Waco siege when I was a kid, like the old, what's his name? Shit. David Koresh. He played music. He's got recordings you can hear. Val says Slipknot from Texas. I believe Slipknot is from Iowa. Frank says, "My first concert was Bowie as Ziggy at Lewisham Odeon, London, 72. That's pretty cool, man. Got to see that good stuff back in the day." Tristan says, "I got to hear and see Stevie Ray in 1983 in Burlington, Vermont. Venue about 2,000, no seating, open floor." And yeah, I'm kind of jealous. Like, yeah, never got to see old Stevie Ray. Val says, "Really, KKK?" Tony says, "My first concert was Deftones, and I went to Ozfest in 2001, 2002. I wish I'd gone to Ozfest like at least one time. I don't think I saw the Deftones either." Might have, like, gotta think. Not sure. Val says, "Rebel, rebel, good intro." Frank says, Mick Ronson was some guitarist. Bowie could always pick great musicians. Bowie had a good thing going on. He was a good songwriter, a good fashion like trendsetter, and all that good stuff. Tristan says, "Who saw Wishbone Ash live?" Not me. I never saw him. Tony says, "Miller Lite, the beer of the night." Right, yeah. Ain't got no cool shit. But I got a fucking can of mead in there, but yeah. Mostly got the fucking Miller here. Saw Randy Travis like when I was pretty young too. Before that I saw like people like Bill Monroe and Ralph Stanley and like the old bluegrass guys. Victor says, "Joe Walsh can't argue with a sick mind. Tour Skinnerd Open, Aragon, Ballroom, Chicago." That's pretty cool. Shit. Val says, "In Brazil, the international beer most popular is Heineken." Heineken's a pretty good beer. I mean, it's kind of like a like a knockoff of like German Pilsner from from the fucking Netherlands. Tristan says, Dixie Dregs, anyone? Yes. My father used to go see the Dixie Dregs all the time back in the 70s. I believe they were based out of Augusta, Georgia, which is about 20 miles from me. They had a Steve Morse in there, and he went on to play with Deep Purple. Andrew says, Ozzy was probably one of my earliest concerts. Fernando Astorga says, your album is awesome, man. I appreciate that very much, man. Frank says, Bowie was another one-off artist. All the great ones make their own groove. Yeah, that's true, yeah. Tristan says, Steve Morse. Yes, that man could twist your knickers. I believe Dixie Dregs was like an instrumental band, right? My dad used to talk about them all the time. He used to go see them and shit. He says, yep. Andrew says, yeah, I was into Dixie Dregs. I saw Steve Morse at Guitar Center in Seattle. I recently saw a great Deep Purple tour with Steve. They're still touring? Damn. Like, Richie Blackmore ain't with him, is he? No. I believe he was replaced by Steve Morse. Mass Mofo says, I used to drink beer and whiskey, made me sick and gave me a hangover. Now it's the opposite. Victor says, I saw REO and Styx at a Battle Bands in high school. Really? Like, damn. So REO, Speedwagon, and Styx at a Battle of the Bands in high school. Andrew says, no, when I say recent, it was like 2017. Oh, okay, yeah. About 10 years ago almost. 8 years ago. Victor says, yep, South Side, 75 and 76. Val says, Seattle, land of grunge. And yep, that's where grunge rock came from, Seattle, Washington. Tristan says, shoot, I must retire. Thank you, Ed. Good music and conversation. Good night from all Seattle. Well, I'll see you later, Tristan. You have a good one. Tony says, you watched that movie Metal Lords on Netflix? It's pretty good. I haven't seen that. I don't have Netflix. I don't really have a TV. I just like watch South Park when that comes out. Like they had an episode out last week. Get to look that up. Andrew says, yeah, I was seeing Screaming Trees, Nirvana, Soundgarden when first albums, and that's pretty awesome. I did get to enjoy Kurt Cobain for a little bit while he was still alive. I was a kid, but I was into his stuff. And I remember his death being announced on MTV. Far Canal says, seeing you were a bluesman, you would have to like Johnny Winter. He was a very good guitar player. Oh, yeah. He's real good. Val says, Alice in Chains, Pearl Jam. Yeah, some good old grunge stuff. Taylor says, the Trump skit was hilarious. Relax, guy. They kind of turned him into Saddam Hussein, yeah. Come on, Satan, let's have sex. Relax, guy. Val says, Nirvana's my favorite band. Yeah, it's a very, very good band. Like I did like get into Kurt Cobain like while he was still alive. Far Canal says, did you get into Chris Whitley? I'm not sure who he is. Andrew says, I've never seen Pearl Jam or Metallica, which is kind of weird. I saw Green River Mudhoney. Mudhoney was like an old ass like grunge band. Oh yeah. Like Metallica, saw them like about a month ago. Taylor says, thoughts on Gary Moore, a very good guitar player. Believe he came from fucking Thin Lizzy, right? Victor says, any Willie Dixon left in you, Spoonful or Red Rooster, right? I can do one of those, all right. Let's do some Spoonful.
Ain't nobody got that much to spend.
You know, y'all feel like showing me some love, like you know, shoot me a tip in the super chat tip bucket down there, the dollar sign below the chat there. I would love that.
A spoonful of coffee, could be a spoonful of tea, just a little spoon of your precious love, good enough for me. A man lies about a little, or some of them cries about a little, some of them dies about a little. Everything's fine about the spoonful. Spoon that, spoon that, spoonful. Spoon that, spoon that, spoonful. Spoon that, spoon that, spoonful. Everything's fine about the spoonful. A spoonful of diamonds, could be a spoonful of gold, just a little spoon of your precious love, satisfy my soul. Man lies about a little, some of them cries about a little, some of them dies about a little. Everything's fine about the spoonful. Spoon that, spoon that, spoonful. Spoon that, spoon that, spoonful. Spoon that, spoon that, spoonful. Well, everything's fine about the spoonful. Could be a spoonful of water, save you from the desert sand. Could be a spoon, a little 45. Save you from another man. Man lies about a little. Some of them cries about a little. Some of them dies about a little. But everything's fine about the spoonful. Spoon that, spoon that, spoonful. Spoon that, spoon that, spoonful. Spoon that, spoonful. But everything's fine about the spoonful. Everything's a lying about her. Everything's a crying about her. Everything's a dying about her. Well, everything's fine about the spoonful. Little spoon, little spoon, little spoonful. Spoon, little spoon, little spoonful. Spoon, little spoon, little spoonful. Well, everything's fine about the spoonful. Spoonful by Willie Dixon, famously done by Howlin' Wolf. Tony Gordon sends me $5 in a super chat. Thank you very much for that, man. I appreciate that a lot. Your super chats are much appreciated. The life of the show. Keeps the show alive. Keeps me alive. Right. Far Canal says cream version is my favorite version of Spoonful. Yeah, that's probably where I first heard it was Cream doing it. Val says I feel in Alabama decade 1930s. Oscar says Spoonful. Wow, Ed, appreciate that. Victor says great work, man. Val says brilliant, appreciate y'all. Victor says needle in the damage done. That's some Skinner there. I kind of retired from playing Skinner a long time ago, but cut this air conditioner on for a second. Victor says, no, Neil Young. Okay, oh, shit. Like, okay, yeah, I was thinking like the needle in the spoon. Yeah, needle in the damage done is Neil Young. Whoops, sorry. Don't know that one, though. Like lyrically and stuff.
Time goes too fast when you're trying to say goodbye, but it goes so slow.
Victor says, trip to the moon. Right. Fucking needle in the spoon, take you on a trip to the moon.
It'll take away everything that you ever own.
Some of the comments we got up here.
Your health and your life, it'll break you down to the bone.
Mark says, LOL, Far Canal reminds me of a computer programming thing. Far Call.
Nobody wants that time.
Far Canal says, album Living with the Law. Chris Whitley, great slide player. Andrew says, Gary Moore opened for like Van Halen, I think I saw. Far Canal says, Cream version. Yeah, I just read that earlier. What y'all got for me? Talk to me, people. Victor says, you got some gigs coming up? I got one Saturday. Look at Columbia, South Carolina, at a place called Market on Main, right down from the South Carolina State House. Val says Neil Young playing acoustic guitar solo in the 60s is great. Old Man, Heart of Gold. Yeah, did some good stuff back then. Yeah. But a Southern man don't need him around anyhow. Ron says I'm back. What's up, man? Ron says had to step out for a minute. Shot. Okay, we can do one. Far Canal says I was listening to a Sonny Terry album earlier. That's some good blues there. Can picture you playing a version of Crow Jane. I can probably do that. Yeah, just a minute. All right. Let's see our choices here for liquor. Probably back to the gin and Irish. Beefeater London Dry Gin here, or Jameson's Irish whiskey. Y'all tell me, Irish or gin. We'll play some Crow Jane. While y'all vote on that. Got to retune for this. That's good. Still got to tune some. Okay, here we go. Crow Jane, don't you hold your head up high. Someday, baby, you know you got to die, you got to die, you got to die. Reason I beg Crow Jane not to hold our head up high. Someday, baby, you know, got to die, got to die. I'm gonna buy me a pistol, buy me 40 rounds of ball, shoot Crow Jane just to see her fall. Got to fall. That's the reason I beg Crow Jane not to hold her head up high. Someday, baby, you know, got to die. Got to die. And I let her down with a golden chain. Everything cried, Crow Jane Lane. No. That's the reason I beg Crow Jane not to hold her head up high. Someday, baby, you know, got to die.
silver spade. Didn't know I loved her till she was made. Oh no, 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 no. That's the reason I bet Crow Jane not to hold her head up high. Someday, baby, you know, got to die, got to die. I didn't miss that water till the well run dry. I didn't miss Crow Jane till she died, till she died. Reason I bet Crow Jane not to hold her head up high. Someday, baby, you know, got to die, got to die. That's the reason I bet Crow Jane not to hold her head up high. Someday, baby, you know, got to die, got to die.
Looking hard on that guitar. I set that guitar up for slide. Thick ass strings on there. Let's see what the votes are here. Tony Gordon says, On the Hunt's my favorite Skinner song. That's a good song. Victor says Jameson's. Mass Mofo says Irish. Val says Irish. Tony says Jameson's. Victor says, Tony, that's a good one. He says, yeah, it is. Mass Mofo says, thinking about fixing a sliced roast beef and cheese biscuit. Mass Mofo says, I need bigger speakers. Far Canal says, love it. You have your own sound. Appreciate that. Val says, good. Martian Murray says, Jameson. Ron says, sounding good. Jameson. All right, we're going to do the Jameson. I'll be right back. I'm going to step outside and take care of some man business. And we'll do that shot.
Walking the streets with a low down hustle that I just don't need. I come home. Lord, she burning mad, yeah. I'm sleeping in the doghouse. Lord, she give me the business. So broke, I'll be begging for scraps. I come home. Now she's burning mad. Yeah. I'm sleeping in the doghouse. Now she give me the business.
Alrighty. Yak Fishing says dealer's choice. Victor says make it a double. I don't have a double shot glass. Let me see here. All right, some Jameson's Irish whiskey. Val says he is very must ability. Here we go. Okay. Let's see. Salute, L'chaim, Prost, Cheers, Kimpai, all that good stuff. Right down the hatch, brother. Very good whiskey there. Hulk Hogan. very bad Ultimate Warrior impression. Ron says, cheers. Redskin Garage says, oh shit, Ed is tore up again. I ain't that fucked up. You know, got a good buzz going on here. I can handle my shit pretty damn good. Redskin says, I see you rocking that chair. I remember how my dad looked. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I kind of rock back and forth sometimes, yeah. Mass Mofo says, I do a Randy Savage voice. Oh, yeah. I need a quote. Yeah. Man, that one time, like the fucking Repo Man, like repossessed fucking Randy Savage's fucking psychedelic cowboy hat. Like, he was behind on payments, and then like Macho Man like beat the fuck out of him and took his fucking hat back. That was cool as hell. Far Canal says, how much you pay for a pack of cigarettes? These are pretty cheap, like, and very good for the price. Lucky Strikes, like old-fashioned 1950 cigarettes. They're about $6 a pack around here. Redskin says, anyways, glad to see you again, Ed. Glad to see you too, man. Glad to have you here. Martian Murray says, you got to make those neck veins pop out. Yeah, let's see. I don't think I can do it. Southern Comfort says, GVW in the house. What up, brother? What's up, man? Vaucluse represent. Tony Gordon says the cream rises to the top. Oh, yeah, the cream rises to the top. Redskin says, Lucky Strike is some old school cigs. They go way back. Oh, yeah. What your grandpa used to roll up in his shirt sleeve and shit, you know. Ron says the Macho Man was timeless. Never got to see Macho Man either. Like, I saw a lot of wrestlers, never got to see him. Mass Mofo says Lucky's a nice cigarette. Yeah, for $6 a pack, they're very good cigarettes. Far Canal says, I'm in Melbourne, Australia. Cigarettes average $40 a pack, about $25 US or so. Jesus fucking Christ. And, yeah, that's terrible. Damn. They're taxing y'all to death over there. Or the tobacco probably doesn't grow in Australia either. Like, I live like right next to the big tobacco states, you know, like North Carolina and Virginia. Redskin says, I've been practicing guitar a little bit here and there. That's cool. Yeah, learn that shit, man. Martian Murray says, I'm paying $9 for Marlboros now. Hey, that's about what it is here, like $8-9 a pack for Marlboros and Camels and stuff. Victor says, do you ever play any Marshall Tucker in a band or two in the past? You know, every now and then, like I'll do Can't You See, like to please people and stuff. Far Canal says, highest tobacco tax in the world. Ron says, that's why they charge here. That's what they charge here. Yeah, that's crazy, man. He says, government tax is brutal. Redskin says, Marlboro County is in South Carolina. Yeah, like you go upstate, like in north part of South Carolina, like you will see like a lot of tobacco fields and stuff, and you see a lot of it in North Carolina, Virginia. Yeah, tobacco country. Not in my immediate area, but kind of like in the northern part of the state. Southern Comfort says, let's get an Indian reservation going in Vaucluse. Tobacco sales be off the chain. Right, yeah. If we hadn't ran all the Indians off like 200 years ago, Val says, in Sao Paulo, cigarette is, let's see, R25 at $5. You're lucky, you're lucky. Southern Comfort says, Florence. Yeah, that's a good town, like kind of on the way to Myrtle Beach. Victor says, oh, that's their worst song. Talking about Can't You See? Yeah, I have to play that sometimes. Ron says, that deal that you Yanks just cut with the EU is the envy of the world. I don't know the details of it. Southern says, I'm here. You up in Florence? Yak says, I started buying cigs for like $1.25 per pack. I don't smoke anymore, thank God, but no way I would pay what you guys are paying a pack. Redskin says, I've been wanting to traffic cigs. Probably pretty lucrative. Far Canal says, Southern Comfort makes me think of Rye Cooter. Ron says, they caved big time. I mean, if your old Donald is a fucking deal maker, I'll give him that. Yak says that y'all need to switch to snuff. But I did some fucking dip one time, like some damn Copenhagen dip, and it made me sick as shit. Mass Mofo says Aussies have to grow their own stuff. Crazy. In the Philippines, it's like $1 a pack of name brand. Damn. Ron says the native people on reserves here deal under the table cigarettes all the time. But remember back in the day when you could buy Lucy's like at a gas station? Get like a single cigarette. Remember that? Like in America? Victor says one is too many, a million's not enough. Southern Comfort says Mohawks on the Canadian border in New York make big bucks. Mass Mofo says we all need to grow tobacco even though it's illegal to grow tobacco. Ron says yeah, you can do that here on the reservations. Southern Comfort says be on the Indian reservation tomorrow. Shit. Which one? Like Cherokee? The only one we got here, like on the East Coast. Redskin says, isn't illegal to grow tobacco. You can probably grow it. Yak Fishing says, Ron, I got a friend, why you can pay to come to parties. You buy and he rolls cigars for you from scratch. That's cool as hell. Taylor says, let's see, I brought back like 50 packs of cigs from the Philippines. They were so cheap. Southern Comfort says, have a cabin near Cherokee. That's cool as hell. I'm jealous. I'm jelly. The one with the casino, Victor says. Yeah, there is a casino on the Cherokee reservation, yeah. The Harrah's Cherokee Casino. Ron says, Yak, what? That's crazy. Taylor says, pack here is like 14 in Seattle. Ron says, what a way to flex on your buddies. Carol's in the house, my bass player. What's up? Giving me some fucking some DO signs there. Southern Comfort says you can come anytime. Yeah, I might take you up on that fucking offer. Redskin says the horticulture class at school was growing tobacco. Frank Morgendorfer says roughly $3 a pack in Thailand. The quality is variable by brand. Southern Comfort says leave the wives home. Right, yeah. My fucking wife wouldn't stay in a cabin, like, no kind of way. Ron says, hey, Caroline. Val says, in Brazil, have traffic cigarettes, t-shirts, electros. Doing that hustle down there, huh? Ron says, welcome back. Carolyn says, hey, Ron. Ron says, that's my jam. Carol, what are you doing up at like 1:09 in the fucking morning? We had a good band practice today, like halfway decent. She says, trying to sleep. Yep. But can't. Yeah, I rarely like go to sleep like before like 3 o'clock in the morning. So. Victor says, treetop flyer. Redskin George says, have you seen that guy making handmade hats? I think you'd like his work, Ed. Have to check him out. Carol says, practice was good for sure. Southern Comfort says, same, never can sleep. Thinking about starting a third band with Carol and possibly what's his name? God damn it. Yeah, brains like fogging up. Stewart, yeah, and a keyboard player. Like I'm looking into keyboard players in the area. Southern Comfort says, same, never can sleep. Taylor Langley says, they put some pretty fucked up images on the packs in other countries. Southern Comfort says, you need to play drums. I suck at drums. Carol says, let's do it. Might do that. Kind of looking to do some more sophisticated stuff, Get beyond like a 3-piece type of thing. Maybe do some like high dollar gigs. Ron says, can't sleep, it sucks. Chronic pain and PTSD. Yeah, I feel for you, man. Southern says, I play drums, bro. I got a drum set up here. Like, come up here and play them. Carolyn says, yes, please. I want some challenging tunes. All right. I can bring out plenty of that. What would y'all say is some challenging shit on drums? Like the most stuff I can think of is drums. Like, yeah, brain fart. Carol's a bass player. Some challenging bass tunes. What would y'all say? Southern Comfort says, tell Mark to go home. Shit. Frank says the SIG packs in Thailand are plastered with graphic images, stomach churning material, like fucked up like tobacco lungs and stuff, I guess. Ron says, thanks, Ed. Southern Comfort says, will do. Taylor says, I'll play your band, just give me $50,000 a gig. Well, if I made that, like I'd be good to go. Ron says, how about some Boom Boom Boom? Might play that in a second. All right. Southern Comfort says Iron Maiden. Don't know any of their stuff like all the way through. Martian Murray says Jocko. Talking about some jazz there, like some Weather Report and stuff. And Mark says Primus. Yeah, like got like a $50 bounty on like any bass player who can learn a Primus song. Martian Murray says anything. Carolyn says Jacko Owie. Victor says Rubber Band Man. Tony says Geddy Lee stuff. Redskin says can you copy and paste that link? Ron says any Victor Wooten or Flea. Southern Comfort says bass player of Iron Maiden. Redskin says Tube deleted it. I've got a fucking a keyboard player I'm looking at. Like I always wanted one. Drums, bass, guitar, keyboard, right? Frank says facial horror shows, more like too much meth rather than tobacco damage. Yeah, like tobacco don't really fuck your face up. Yeah, Victor says bass on Rubber Band Man, well recognized. Val says Bruce Dickinson changed Maiden sound. That's true. Yeah, the first record like had a different guy on there. Redskin says, my fault, I'll try to paste it to your last video. Carol says, Victor Wooten is too much of a beast for me to pull that off. You could probably learn it. Shit. Ron says, Wooten is all mind-blowing funk. Southern Comfort sends me a $2 super chat. Thank you very much for that, man. I appreciate that a lot. Super chats are the life of the show. If y'all want to show me some love, like send me a super chat. Kind of busking here. Tony says, Stu Ham. Martian Murray says, can't post links on the YouTube unless you're a mod. Mass Mofo says, a lemon meringue pie was blended up with lemon and magic mushrooms. Went on a walk. Everything's been weird ever since. Never thought of putting mushrooms in a lemon meringue pie. Carol says, Chris Squire. Yak says, Stanley Clark is badass. Well, was. Ron sends me a Canadian $6.99. He says, boom, 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 please. All right, we'll do that. Let's play some John Lee Hooker. But I'm sorry, John Lee Sex Worker. Find a pick here. Boom, 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 boom. Gonna shoot you right down, right off of your feet. Take you home with me, bring you to my house, drive you in my car. I love to hear you talk, that baby talk. How, hey, hey. Gonna shoot you right down, right off your feet. Take you home with me, put you in my house, drive you in my car. I love to see you switch and talk that talk, that baby talk. How, hey, hey. Boom Boom by John Lee Hooker. Martian Murray sends me $4.99. Thank you very much for that, sir. I appreciate that a lot. Them super chats are always welcome. Carol, you still in the house? Because I'm here. The guy from Southbound like never called me. Like like fucking Sonny said he's gonna reach out to you one of these days, and I didn't hear from the guy. Like I sat by my phone, like I never got like a weird number on there, nothing. He should probably like harass the guy some more and like get us the gig and stuff. Like, so. Carol says, Sonny said he's going to check us out on Amp in the Alley. Amp the Alley. Oh, okay, yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, you said that earlier. Okay, yeah, forgot about that. Ron says, thanks, brother. You're welcome. Victor says, Paramount Theater, Austin. A few incarnations. Redskin says, yeah, peyote seems like fun. I took 7 grams one time and turned into rubber. Never got to do peyote. Kind of, yeah, wish I could. Victor says, got back to, let's see, Mahavishnu Orchestra. Yak Fishing says, Louis Jordan's a total badass too, Victor. Oh, yeah. Ron says, I just read that. Taylor Langley says, they got a place in Arizona you can pay like $300 and trip balls on peyote in the middle of the desert. They got some religious loophole that makes it legal. Like Navajo shit, I guess. That'd be cool as hell. Redskin says, Ed, you can go check out the comments on your last live stream. I just posted the link there. Oh, cool, okay. Ron says, gotta go, guy. All right, man. Catch you later, Ron. You have a good one, man. I probably won't be on here much longer myself. Val says, road trip is good. Yak Fishing says, later, Ron. Another shot, Ron. One for the road. Carol says, also, can't make Saturday in Columbia. We got 2 shindigs we have to go to. Tell your buddy I need a little more notice. Okay, all right. Pretty lucrative gig there, though. Damn. But yeah, I'll tell him. Ron says, take it easy, guys. See you later. One more shot, Ron. Carol says, it's hard to pass up that gig, though. Yeah, I mean, yeah, he's been getting some good gigs lately. God damn. Redskin says, you really like the hats this guy makes. Victor says, bye, Ron. Smoke me a cigarette. Ron says, sure. Okay, let's do one more shot. And, some of the bass players, Josh knows, like I'm going to be sorely missing Carol. But, let's see here. All right, Jameson's Irish whiskey or some corn liquor, some Sugarland Shine corn liquor. Y'all tell me, corn or fucking Irish. Carol says, sorry. Yak Fishing says, Ed, when you do a solo gig, what gear do you take with you? Like a solo, like a fucking acoustic gig. Just a couple of speakers and, some acoustic guitars and a mixer. Like that, me and Carol might be doing an acoustic gig here soon in August. September, I mean. Martian Murray says corn. Redskin says probably is the same guy. Yeah, don't want to believe it. Taylor says corn. Yak says not that high. Taylor. Ron says shine. Val says corn. Tony says is that moonshine? And yes, it is. Yak Fishing says, well, no house gear allowed to be used. If they got house gear, yeah, I'll use that. Victor says the fat lady enters and votes corn. All right. Jason says good to see you. Got any Black Betty? Well, don't know it really, but the old Lead Belly like did a fucking like a version of Black Betty that was like a cappella. Yak Fishing says corn. Carol says, all right, Ed, I'll be in touch and working on those songs we practiced today. Have a good night. All right. Well, I'll see you later, Carol. You have a good one. Jason Bowman sends me $49.99. Thank you very much for that, man. I appreciate that a lot. I wish I could do Black Betty for you. Don't really know that one. Tony Gordon says shine. Okay, thank you so much for that, Jason. Martian Murray says noise. Yak Fishing says got dimples. I can do that. Taylor says nice. Don't know. Let's see. Redskin says sweet. All right, Ron. Let's do this shot of shine here. If he's still in the building. Has Ron Swanson left the building yet? He's here, okay. All right, corn liquor. All right, brother, let's do some corn liquor. Val says, excelente. Redskin says entertainer. I can probably do that. All right. Yak Fishing says, I told y'all that was Elvis leaving the building. Here we go. Let's see. Saludos, L'chaim, Kim Pie, cheers, Prost, Slancha, all that good stuff right down the hatch. Corn liquor. Got the classic corn liquor face. Yow! Liquid cocaine, my dad used to call it. Martian Murray says, later, Ron, did you have a good one, Ron? Let's see, Val says, LOL. Yak says, what does all that mean when you toast, Ed? Just cheers in a bunch of different languages. Ron says, cheers. Ron says, thanks for the show, Ed. You're welcome, man. I'll probably call it pretty soon, you know, do the outro and all that good stuff. Victor says, I seen folks snort it. Snort corn liquor? Shit. That'd be pretty fucked up. Let's see, we had requests for Dimples and Entertainer. Smoke This Cigarette, I'll play those, and we'll probably get out of here. Mass Mofo says sick. Sick. SEC? Not sure. SRV. Oh, okay. play a couple, like, smoke this cigarette. Redskin says, I snort it and cry flaming tears. It probably, yeah. Yak Fishing says, hot girl too. You would have never guessed that she did that shit. I've known a few of those. Yeah, getting pretty late up in the Ed Phillips Juke joint. Get me a little bit of tobacco here and play a couple of songs and stuff. Mass Mofo says, I think I'm a little drunkish, he says. Shit. That fucking moonshine just got me there, so. Victor says, thanks, Ed. Appreciate that very much. Victor says, I'll leave it on the rug. I do have a rug in here. It's got a drum set on it. A very badly abused drum set. What y'all got for me? Talk to me, people. Anybody in here who saw Hulk Hogan back in the day live? I did. Yak says, I rug my amps too. Redskin says, not live, but he was a favorite wrestler of mine as a kid. Yak says, in person, not wrestling. Martian Murray says, I remember WrestleMania 6, Hulk versus Ultimate Warrior. Huge Warrior fan. I was kind of pissed off when he beat the fucking Ultimate Warrior at WrestleMania 6. Yeah, remember that, yeah. You know, I was a fucking Warrior fan too, but like I was kind of pissed off when Hulk beat him. Like, I got a fucking Ultimate Warrior nightlight from when I was a kid. I still got it. All right, let's play a few.
Crashing down, you don't have to die. Na, 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 na. I am a real American, fight for the rights of every man. I am a real American, fight for what's right, fight for your life.
Okay, we had a request for Dimples and what else? What was it? Hang on, Dimples and The Entertainer. Okay, yeah. Some difficult shit. Sporty Otter says, good morning, Edward. What's up, Sporty? We're just about to sign off here, play a few songs and stuff.
I love the way you walk. 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 You my baby, got my eyes on you. I love the way you talk. I love the way you talk. That baby talk. That baby talk. You my baby, got my eyes on you. Got dimples in the jaw. 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 You my baby, got my eyes on you. Got dimples in the jaw. 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 You my baby, got my eyes on you. Redskin says, sounds like a Kid Rock song. Well, you didn't watch wrestling in the fucking 90s then. That's fucking stone cold shit. Okay,
We'll try the entertainer here. Do electric. That damn Martin back there is like not staying in tune. Like I dropped it like earlier. All right, the worst version of fucking Scott Joplin ever. You know, kind of buzzed, but you know, end of the show, like, so nobody else see this. Let me read a few more comments here. Mass Mofo says, maybe the first time I stayed up till the end. Sporty says, WWE's the patriarchy on acid. And fun times, too. Val says, good intro. Sporty says, good job, Mofo. I'm usually sleeping before the beginning. Far Canal says, watched a video of Chet Atkins. Played that the other day. He did a good job on that. I can do pretty good on that when I'm not, like, drinking beer and whiskey and stuff. Sporty says, very good on the syncopation, Ed. Appreciate that. Yak says, what pedal is that, Ed? Is it green? Got no green pedals down there. Victor says, good night, Ed. All right, you too, man. Redskin says, love that song. Sporty says, Scott Joplin was rad. Yeah, one of the greatest composers of the 20th century, or the late 19th century. Sporty says, where's George? Woo, George Ordway, you here? I didn't see him tonight. Victor says, stay safe and have a great gig this weekend. I'll try to. Mark says, I'm still here. Thanks for the tunes. So, yeah, parting words, y'all. Sporty says, you gonna stream your gig? Like the people at World of Beer like talking about me streaming one. Might stream one like sometime in the near future. Like at a regular gig we play at. Like they're asking me about streaming a gig. Frank says, you're generous with your time. Great session. Much appreciated, Ed. I appreciate that, man. Sporty says, think about it. He says, hi, Frank. There's a regular name. Yak Fishing says, oh, that would be cool. A streamed gig. Is Carol still in the house? I doubt it. My bass player, yeah, might want to tell her about streaming a gig. Sporty says, yeah, I'd share your stream, like a live gig, try to grow the virtual audience. Oh yeah. Yak says, folks, hit that like button before you go. Yes, do hit that fucking like button. I would appreciate that. Helps me in the fucking YouTube algorithm. Frank says, hello, Sporty. Late today. Ed's playing good. Appreciate that. And before I go, I'm going to tell y'all what a straight shot of absinthe tastes like, with no fucking water and stuff. Like, we're just going to do one straight. I'll fucking slice off my ear and send it to you, Sporty. Where's that shot glass? Sporty says, oh, that will burn straight. Absinthe. Yeah. Pretty high proof stuff. Just a little bit here. It does have a green color, like a kind of a light green color. Martian Murray says, woo, Ed's going for it. Just kind of smells like not too different from fucking Ouzo. Much cheaper, and you know, it's Greek, so look at fucking everything Greek is better. If it's not Greek, it's shite. Yeah. Okay. I can see why you mix water with it. Wow. Martian Murray says, gotta try that sometime. Sporty says, you will start to see the Muka paintings on your wall after straight absinthe. Yes, isn't it? It's an anise drink, like Ouzo or pastis. Yeah. And I would say like Ouzo is like better for the money. Like Ouzo's cheaper. Yak Fishing says, hit the like, folks. Ed needs strings. Yep, oh yeah. I do need guitar strings. I got some dead strings around here. But anyway, it's a 1:47 a.m. right here in the United States of America in South Kakalaki. So I guess we'll take it on home. We'll play the fucking Batman theme. Martian Murray says, gonna see that Flintstones character over your shoulder. Christopher Foster says, howdy, Ed. I had to come in late, but I'm happy to catch you at the very end. At least cheers. What's up, man? How you doing? Sporty says, I have a little spoon of burning sugar cube over my absinthe. Yeah, I bought the spoon. Where's that fucking absinthe spoon that I bought? Yeah, right here. Taylor says, know any Rage Against the Machine? Not really. I mean, I was a fan of theirs, like back in the fucking 90s. Don't really know their stuff. Sporty Otter says, fire on the absinthe, the proper way. I think that's like something they invented in the Czech Republic, right? Like the burning the fucking sugar and shit. I believe like the proper way to do it is just pour cold fucking water over the ice cube. Yak Fishing says, thank you, Ed. You're the goods, bro. Appreciate that. Yeah, Sporty. I believe like the burning thing, like it's a modern type of thing. They started doing it like the fucking Czech Republic or like Slovakia or somewhere. But back in the day, like in France, they pour cold water on there. Sporty says, thank you for being here. When I woke up, look forward to these times together. Well, I appreciate that a lot. Yak says, you need a Atlanta gig, Ed. Yeah, like, I don't know if I did fucking ever played Atlanta. It would be cool. Retro Aberdeen says, we are lucky to be able to peer in on such a remarkable talent. I appreciate that very much, man. Thank you very much for that. Sporty says, okay, could be, Edward. I'm going to research absinthe today, and we'll report next week what all I learned about the history of absinthe. All right, yeah. Go for that. That's cool. It's like a French thing. Like they would take like cold water and just pour it into the absinthe, like over a sugar, like a sugar cube. Yak says, "Amen, Aberdeen." All right, well let's do the Batman theme and get the fuck out of here. See y'all next week. Retro sends me Australian $5. Thank you very much for that, man. I appreciate that a lot. Super chats are the life of this show. See y'all next week. Same bat time, same bat station. All right, folks. See y'all next time. Y'all have a good one. See y'all next time. Same bat time, same bat station. Wednesday, 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And I'm out.